Remember that.
Okay.
I'm also having stomach issues, and if I have to get up and All trustees present, so therefore we have quorum. I'm going to ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to both flags. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, one and indivisible.
We're going to start with our public forum, and we have one speaker signed up, Ms. Jessica Kane. Would you come to the microphone?
Hello, my name is Pastor Jessica Kane. I'm a leader with Corridor Interfaith Alliance for Families and the parent of 3 children in San Marcos schools. This summer, as the Delta variant raged more with each passing week, my spouse and I became increasingly concerned about sending our children to school. Our home district, Wimberley, had next to no protocols in place, and we were worried that all our hard work to keep our family healthy would be wasted. When we heard about your decision to have a mask mandate, we decided to transfer our children. Unfortunately, it was too late to keep them healthy. They attended the first day of school in Wimberley, where my 5-year-old caught COVID. A few days later, he was sick. A few days after that, I was. And by the next week, all 5 of our family members had COVID. 8 weeks later, as you can probably hear, we are still dealing with the resulting health, academic, and work-related issues. Had Wimberley had a mask mandate, the likelihood of this happening to our family would have been reduced by roughly 80%. The effectiveness of masks is clear in the data between these 2 school districts that I've mentioned. San Marcos is 3 times the size of Wimberley in the school district and has had consistently a smaller number of cases of COVID. This difference represents several percentage points. For a person of faith like myself, wearing a mask follows the simple biblical mandate: love your neighbor as yourself. This mask mandate has saved lives, instruction time, and social connections. Thank you for protecting children, families, and the community at large. I'm proud to be the parent of Rattlers. Your actions have not only gained 3 students for this district, but 2 parents who seek deep involvement in San Marcos schools, investment in San Marcos businesses, plans to move here, and excitement for our future together. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on with our superintendent's report.
Madam President, members of the board, good evening. Before I begin my superintendent report on Mr. Sanders and Dr. Bias and myself, our adventures with the Holsworth Center, I do want to take a moment to congratulate our UIL band, our Rattler band, who this past weekend secured going on to area where they will be participating at Round Rock on October 30th. I don't believe they know when they're going to be playing, but congratulations. So for most people in the public, their 1 is the equivalent of just an A, I guess I would say. A lot of pressure on those kids, and they did really well. So we want to congratulate them. And also on Orange, we want to encourage everybody to wear orange on Wednesday. We want to encourage everybody to wear orange to promote unity, kindness, and inclusion for all our kids. I'm on a time limit?
You didn't know that's new.
You're harsh, Ms. Mejia.
Your time is up, Cardona.
As many of y'all know, earlier this year, we were selected by the Holsworth Center, which is affiliated with Charles Butt and HEB, to go through an 18-month program. Mr. Sanders, Dr. Baez, and myself are what you would consider the strategic team. And so we are working over the next 18 months to kind of look at our systems, leadership development, pipeline development, and part of that we've talked about looking at our organizational structure so that when people look inside of the organization, they can get a sense of where people are at, if they aspire to move up into certain spots, that we have good programs that can get our teachers and our staff ready, but also the external facing organizational chart so that it can be easy for families to understand, what's the operations side and then what's the instructional side. It's not done yet. It won't be done for a while. It is a journey. It's a marathon, they keep telling us. We all want the dashboard. We want to fix it. But change takes time. But I want to talk a little bit about where we're at. And this is what we're really trying to do. We're trying to ensure that leadership development of our pipeline is strong and that we're ready to take on the challenges of leading schools as a critical component, right? We want to produce excellent and equitable student outcomes. Everything is geared around equitable and student outcomes for our children. We know that having a great teacher, having a great leader, having a great central office staff member in front, having great custodians, transportation workers is crucial for our kids' success. Next slide. We also want to clearly define what leadership is and what role-specific leadership competencies are, right? It's something we're going through. Mr. Sanders and Dr. Baez and myself, there's no standard definition for what a leader is. And a leader in our district is a child nutrition worker, it is a teacher, it is a maintenance worker, it is the superintendent, and it is the board members. And so we're trying to develop a common definition so that we can build out our professional development plans that address everything. Everything we do is going to align up to our core commitments, which the board has set forth for us, that I think are very attainable. It's nobody's fault. We're like many other districts. There's 18 districts there. Plano, Tomball ISD, an A-rated district. There are districts from all over the state that are going through this same process. And so we're grateful to have the support of HEB and the Holdsworth Center. So just a little bit about what you'll see. Like I said, Mr. Sanders and Dr. Baez and I are the steering committee. We went to our first meeting and then we just finished our last meeting last week. We will be partnering. We will be getting a task force together. And I'm going to talk about that here in a little bit. Now, the identification of what a leader is will finish by April, but we still go through the process with Holdsworth all the way through December of 2022. We don't stop. And when I say we're getting to work with some fantastic organizations, the first two organizations that presented to us are the Spurs organization and HEB, some leadership people. We've had Arlington ISD present to us about their journey and how they develop their internal leaders. They recognize, like we recognize, some people don't want to be superintendents, some people don't want to be principals, but they can be great department heads, they can be great grade level leads, they can be curriculum people, and so it's our job to figure that out and help them, get their professional development so they can be great for our kids. So we'll go through this process. If we can go to the next slide. So this is going to be our task force. It does include, there's about 35 people right now, principals, many teachers from elementary, middle, and high school, or some of our instructional coaches, assistant principals. What it'll look like for our students, parents, and community members is I have the Superintendent's Leadership Advisory Council, so we'll get feedback on what a leader looks like for them, for what a student voice. We also are starting up a Superintendent's Parent Advisory Committee that our principals helped us identify parents, and we have our first meeting coming up with that group of parents. So we will also take to them what they believe a leader should look like in San Marcos CISD, and some of those parents are also community members. We'll work with the chamber and get feedback from them on what a leader is. So we are trying to get as broad a perspective from our community on what's important for us in San Marcos. Not necessarily, it wouldn't translate to Comal or Hayes, but what we feel is important for our leaders here, for our kids. Next slide. And just to end it, we're not doing this fly by night. We're using some strong research-based research. Marzano, the Leadership Academy, the Ontario School Leadership Framework, YMCA, New Leaders for Urban Excellence Framework, Denver Public Schools has a great framework, and professional standards for educational leaders. So that task force will have access to all this research to glean that from, and then we'll narrow down what our leadership framework and what the competencies are. Some school districts have a pathway for teachers and then have the other leadership definition. That'll be decided by the group, and Dr. Baez, Mr. Sanders, and myself are kind of the co-chairs of that group as we go through the next 18 months. I think that was it. Just wanted to give the board an update. I know y'all are invested into what we do, and so we are learning as we're going, and it's a good process, and we've learned a lot in a short amount of time, and we hope to we'll keep having updates as we progress. Madam President, that's my superintendent's report.
Okay. We'll move into our reports and informational items. Student Health Advisory Council.
Good evening, honored trustees. I'm Jennifer Vogel. I'm one of the co-chairs of the School Health Advisory Committee for San Marcos School District. Mr. Rios is also our co-chair. We just wanted to give you a brief update a little bit on House Bill 1525. It had some strong implications for SHACs, but we were in a really good position, so we were really glad that we have done a whole lot of work on this. But just to give you a brief update, some of the structural parts of SHAC that included things like the posting of agendas at campus central offices, and also the posting of recorded or video or audio recordings on the website. That's all been put into motion. It will start with the November 3rd SHAC meeting. The biggest component of 1525 was addressing human sexuality and responsibility. San Marcos School District has followed a protocol since 2013. In 2017, with the help of our strong SHAC committee that y'all have helped put into place several years ago, we developed our sexual health brief for San Marcos School District. It was the procedures that we followed. It gave the historical data and the tracking of that system. In 2017, you approved that brief. In 2019, we reviewed it again, and you approved it again. In 2017, we did a curriculum community assessment. We reviewed our curriculum. In 2019. We had to do it again because our curriculums went under revision. And so we went through that, and we did the process as outlined throughout HB 1525. But what we have some things outstanding that we still are going to be working on and including in our brief, which we will be bringing back to you later this year. The Health Education Work Group of the SHAC has already started working on the brief. Some of the things we need to work on that will be included in that changes for you when it comes later this year are the language that reflects the legislative changes. We called it human sexuality, we called it sexual human development, but we're going to include it as the current legislative language, which is human sexuality and responsibility. We also have to add a grievance procedure in that brief. We also need to update the current links. I was on the state committee for the health revisions of the TEKS on the sexual health education component, giving feedback and comments on that. But as of even today, the new revisions have not been posted. It's just the recommendations and the comment sections. We plan on doing an implementation of enrollment of notification of our human sexuality and responsibility to parents in the 22-23 enrollment later this spring. That has already been, the wording has already been worked out and is just kind of in the process of people fine-tuning it, improving it. And then we've also converted to an opt-in consent for our middle school and our high school curriculums, and that consent will also be in English and Spanish when it's finalized. They will also be able to take that consent to individual specific lessons. So they don't have to opt out on everything. They can opt out on specific lessons. And then we also have to include in our brief a purchasing parameters for families in SMCISD curriculum for the big decisions, which we use at the secondary, the high school, and then draw the line, respect the line. San Marcos School District does not currently have any purchasing agreements with those publishers, and so we already have had those links on our website for several years. So families are more than welcome to purchase that curriculum at any time. Some of the highlights that we have continued to do, we're looking at a few slight changes in our methodology, but we're working on training of teachers and implementing the curriculum. We've been doing that since 2017. And then training district staff on LGBTQ sensitivity training with the Alliance Association and the Texas State Health Center. We've been doing that since 2017 also. That's been a professional development alternative for staff in the secondary schools. We are looking for ways and to expand having access for our families, the curriculum. We currently have it available at some open houses, and then we will also have it available at the health fair. We were not able to have the health fair last year, but we will continue to have that. We did have it in 2019 and 2020. The two items that are significant that we're going to wait until we have some additional information, but they are pending a legislative body or a governmental body, and that is the TEKS finalized for the health education from TEA. And then the other part of it is, in that new language, they talk about the school board doing a resolution. In 2019, we did not use that kind of language when the sexual education and the sexual health brief was approved. And so we've already passed that question on to legal to advise us if that would need to be in a format of a resolution. So those will be things that will be resolved as those answers come forward. Any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vogel.
Good evening, School Board President Cantu, Dr. Cardona, members of the school board. My name is Doug Wozniak. I'm the Director of School Safety and Health Services. I'm going to give you a really brief COVID update. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you know, we continue to employ the same protocols that we employed last year. We really feel like we didn't want to reinvent the wheel, and we were very acute and aware of what worked last year. And so we know that frequent cleaning, you'll see the use of dividers on every campus, the masking, obviously, the hospital-grade ventilation and the filters. We still do temperature checks. And of course, our symptomatic testing to help eliminate spread has been huge. And then now we're incorporating the asymptomatic testing. Next, please. So the student vaccination push that we had about 3 weeks ago, we had about 80 parents signed up. And really that 16 is really more like 6. And our nurse, Diana Eastwood, actually went and found some more kiddos that tried to sign up but didn't really get it done. And what happened was, it wasn't as obviously as successful as we wanted to. We had just a lot of issues with people bringing back the consent form. So they would sign up. We had to give the company an idea of how many kids were coming, so we created a spreadsheet, and then we made those kiddos aware that what they needed to bring back, and inevitably 80–90% of them did not bring back the consent form. So we even had nurses trying to chase down parents, making phone calls, and it just, the one lesson that we learned was that going back to when we worked with Curative in the past, they had everything digital so that you could do it at home. And then when the kids showed up, it was already there instead of having somebody bring a physical copy. That's where it was, this company really didn't have that and didn't work with us to try and do that. Next, please. So the good news, we have over 1,000 employees vaccinated currently, and we're at about 82%. So that's a real point of celebration right there. Mm-hmm. So the asymptomatic testing, so the last 2 weeks, they have tested 379 individuals, and we had 1 positive, which was a student last week. No individuals tested positive this week. So that will continue to pick up steam. You see the numbers continue to grow as people see it and realize it's not a big deal. They get comfortable knowing that it's not a painful process at all. It's a very simple nasal swab, and the campuses will continue to PR that and push that out. Next, please. So this question has come up exactly, kind of how we make decisions. And really, I probably have too many teams going on, but the district, and I don't even have names for all of them, but the in-house district COVID team was the one that made most decisions before the school year started and was kind of on the ground floor when we started all this a couple years ago, right? And then we also have our, what's called our district safety team, which has the superintendent on it. It has Board President Cantu on it. It's more of a global community type of, and that is a committee that can vote if I bring it some kind of agenda item. But a lot of times it's more of a report oriented where I make them aware because it's got a lot of law enforcement and emergency management people on it. And then of course we have the nurse subgroup, which really digs deep into the COVID protocols decision in collaboration with our health department. So any kind of the mapping that we do or the COVID protocols, that's really done through the help of the nurses and our local health department. And then we have our district campus representation team. I call them my safety team because really it's the AP in charge of safety at every campus. And those are my go-to people when we're rolling out something like an asymptomatic testing. They're my go-to people for the logistics of when can we do it, what period, what's it look like, how are you going to get the kids down there. And then SHAC's role is mostly because they don't meet very frequently. I've gone to SHAC just to present and give reports and then hear feedback from them. But they're mostly a report-oriented type of situation. So there's there's our lessons learned. So the last slide, yeah, student enrollment. So we need to figure out where the reluctancy is with our population of students. Even we've been doing this now. I think this is probably our third push for students, and we just haven't had a great turnout, even with the incentives that we offered.
So not students enrolling in school, but enrolling in what?
In the vaccine program.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've learned that it's a tough sell. Even when we did it back at the high school, last spring, right when we were doing all of our employees, we didn't have much turnout there either. And we thought the Apple Watches would kind of be an incentive too. And we did have some people reach out about that, but so far our numbers remain low. And we'll have a better understanding of exactly how many students, probably closer to next week when we actually do the drawing and we start to collect. Because again, with that drawing, we're taking all vaccination cards, not just people that were vaccinated here. So those campuses are continuing to collect those, and we'll have a better understanding.
When's the drawing?
Next week.
Ms. Mejia,
That's
you had a
what
question?
Andrew and I.
I do. Do you have an estimated number of students that have so far been vaccinated?
Our closest guess is 30% based on the county data.
Okay.
So the county has, the eligible age is about 30% vaccinated in the county, and we don't feel like we would be any lower or necessarily higher than that. That kind of held true with the adults. The county we're right about where the county was with eligible, so we're thinking about 30%. But again, that's kind of a guess right now based on county.
And then how many students have submitted their vaccine card for the incentive?
That's what I was talking about earlier. I'll find that out more next week when we do the drawing, because we're continuing to collect those. So
Okay.
I don't have an accurate number yet.
Okay, that's all.
So they're continuing to come in now. So the second lesson learned, obviously, is that holding true to what we thought worked is still working. I mean, it's not a secret, right? If we continue to do what we've done, we'll continue to have some success if you can truly have success against COVID. But we have seen our numbers, it was mentioned, we're kind of outpacing some smaller districts around us as far as our numbers, and that's great news. And I think the parents appreciate the transparency of the dashboard and the notifications. Looking at some surrounding districts, I don't think they're nearly as transparent as we are, as far as every school, and a lot of surrounding districts just go with the current active case, and that's kind of a misleading number, and we go with, everything that we can possibly, that Mr. Fernandez can put in there as far as what's happening on each campus, the historical data, and you can see it right there in our dashboard. And that concludes my report. Questions?
Ms. Hanson?
Yeah, have any parents, student, or community members been impacted, turned away, or anything negative that you know of?
I haven't heard, I was thrilled to hear a positive statement from a
Right. I think
from a parent here, and I haven't had. We occasionally, Dr. Cardona pushes maybe an email to me. Occasionally, we have somebody questioning some things, and sometimes it's just a misunderstanding. What is happening, what they think is happening, is really not happening, and so we just need to get clarity from that campus
I
too.
agree, masks are very important. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Halsey?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I'm really happy with how things are going this year. I think we're doing a spectacular job at all levels of keeping the community
Thank you.
incredibly safe. I just this week had my own children sign up for the asymptomatic testing program. That was smooth, super efficient, really fast. I got the results, I think, on Friday night. And I think if we could do another push out to parents about that. I had forgotten about it the first week, so I didn't get it signed up until last week, but it was easy to sign them up, and I really appreciate that. I also would be great if we could do another push out to parents on turning in vaccine cards for kids who've already been vaccinated. Because again, I haven't done that for my own children. I had sort of forgotten that that was coming up, so I think that would be helpful. My only then request is that if the guidelines for changing protocols are not going to come to us via SHAC, then I would request that they come from you and whichever of the safety teams you feel is important. But I do think that next month, as we start to approach the end of the semester, and the cases have been declining throughout the county and the region, I would like to have an understanding of the metrics that we're working with to determine when and if it's safe and appropriate to ease any of the protocols, to change the protocols, et cetera, because I just want to make sure that we continue to be as guided by science as we possibly can. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have your hand up, Mr. Arthur?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cantu, but more importantly, thank you, Mr. Wozniak, and your entire team, which is like you and one other person, right? In collaboration with the nurses and just the ISD staff across the board. I know when I received my board book last week and saw the rates of vaccination, and then after talking with Dr. Cardona the past couple of weeks, with the understanding that we are not turning away students and we are not, withdrawing them from an educational experience to comply with our COVID-19 protocols. And again, like you said, looking at data from neighboring ISDs and other jurisdictions, I think consistently, you and the ISD staff have set an example of how to safely reopen schools and keep our children learning throughout some very tumultuous periods of time. So thank you so much. Just as a follow-up, I think in my professional experience, we've seen that vaccinations across all populations have kind of plateaued, right? Everyone who is going to get vaccinated thus far or who is eligible has chosen to do so. Again, I would just emphasize if there's any way in collaboration with the communications department to amplify trusted voices, ISD leaders who have gotten their children vaccinated to speak to, it's folks like us, regular schmegular people, to combat that vaccine hesitancy with those unvaccinated populations. So in any opportunity that we can do that, I know ISD leadership has been on the forefront of that already, but just as a friendly reminder, and then also hopefully when 11 and under are eligible for vaccination, that we continue to educate our families, because I think consistently we've seen that when things kind of fell apart last year, it was the ISD who stepped in on all levels, right? It was the, I think, consistent level of government who continued to provide services given the circumstances, and I think people appreciate that and trust the ISD now more than ever, which is a good thing. So as that vaccine becomes available, again, just whatever we can do to communicate that with families would be greatly appreciated. But again, just thank you all so much.
Thank you all.
And thank you for putting up with me, Dr. Cardona, as well over the past few months when it came to vaccines and COVID-19 protocols.
Dr. Salmi?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the asymptomatic testing through community labs. Is that contract through the school year? Are we contracted with them through the school year?
I think the first benchmark is semester.
Okay.
Is when we look at it again.
Okay. I think that's a really valuable tool to dictate when and how we can lessen our mask mandate and things like that. So I just want to keep that in mind as a part of the
Thank you for
incentive.
helping us with that too. The company we're working with is extremely flexible. They're very detail oriented. We haven't had any issues at all. And in fact, they continue to push things out to the people that they have in our email and giving them advice on here's how you can get more participants. So they've pretty much allowed me to be kind of hands off with it, and they've Miss Jessica Chavez has taken charge, and she just gets after it. It's great.
Yeah, I think the more students we can have enrolled in that program, the easier it will be to continue lessening some of the more arduous protocols so that we know that our students are safe. So thank you for getting that implemented.
Thank you all.
so much.
Thank you for your support.
Construction update, Mr. Sandville.
Okay, good evening, Board President Cantu, Board of Trustees, Mr. Cardona. We're going to be reviewing the construction update for October. As we've talked about each month, the budget is still hovering around $5 million. This evening, in fact, I know y'all have seen the supplemental bond project. So the good news here, there's a lot of impact we're going to be able to have on the district with this money that's left over. We don't see that moving as we're going to close out the STEAM building this evening. Hopefully, we also are close to closing out De Zavala and Miller, and we don't see that moving much off the $5 million mark. Like I mentioned, you do have an agenda item this evening to approve. Our recommendation is the approval of the high school STEAM building construction project. Weber has completed their work and provided all the documentation needed to close this project out, including the final pay application, which was presented to me today. As far as Miller's concerned, we're still progressing on Miller. Once again, phase 1. The items in red we're still working through. Mill work, we've made a lot of progress on the mill work. There's still work to be done. We're looking at the punch list. We get a report from Miller or from Weber on a daily basis with punch list items, and we're looking at the progress. We have an official meeting where we do a walkthrough once a week, although Mr. Duval is there every day looking at progress. Just a couple of cameras, marker boards, some of the final items that we're to finish up the phase 1. As far as phase 2, which was the summer renovation, Weber has given me a date of October 31st. And as you'll see in a picture here in a second, we've removed the temporary wall that was constructed, and we've removed that, and it's opened up the main corridor, allowed for better flow of traffic, and the remaining work is in a couple of science labs, a teacher's lounge, and an art room. That's the photo. It's pretty nice, I can tell you. Once again, it opened it all up. That was a narrow hallway up until last year, and then we had the temp wall, like I said, on the right side of that white pillar. Those are benches that have been put in place for student use, and those windows to the left look into actual art rooms and multi-space use room as well. As far as De Zavala is concerned, pretty much wrapped up there. Everything in red has been done. Landscaping has been done. We've got all our furniture in place. In fact, the last delivery was made today. We've got a fence that's securing the campus and the outdoor learning spaces. We're also, we were targeting October 8th for the final certificate of occupancy. We're probably going to push that back to the end of the month. We're still working through some punch list items, more warranty type work. And then, of course, in December, we have to come back and finish the flooring. A couple of other items, and you heard me talk about it last month, the canopy for the cafeteria entrance and exit. That's something that I have Bart DeCock pricing right now. And then additional parking area, which if we decide to do these, there is going to be an expense, but we'll present that to the school board and figure out if that's something that we want to do. So really, the updates are getting shorter. I see moving forward as we As we look at these supplemental bond projects, I'll be giving you all updates on that, progress that's made, bids, et cetera. So we'll have more to talk about in the coming months as we work on some of these supplemental bond projects. The tour, we've talked about a tour for Miller. I know y'all wanted to do that, but I'd rather push it back to maybe the first or second week in November. We expect that phase 2 or that phase 3A and 3B, which was a summer renovation, to be complete. So I'll send an email out with some dates and times and see what works for everyone. Any questions?
Dr. Salmi?
Yeah, the other items that you have listed for Days of Allah, are those included on the list of additional projects that
No.
we're going to consider today?
No.
Okay.
Those are part of the project or part of DZ's original project.
Okay, so did they dramatically change I'm assuming they don't dramatically change the 5 million?
Well, so, we're using 5 million because I think it's gonna be about 200,000 between that
Okay.
and some other things that we're doing at Miller. Not other things, but some over budget
Okay.
that we might be on at Miller, so.
Okay, so you've loosely budgeted for those?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Halsey?
I have a couple of questions for when we have the agenda items, but I think this one is appropriate for the segment. If not, please tell me and I'll save it. But I'm interested in finding out when and if we'll have canopies in the high school courtyard.
That's part of the supplemental bond project that we're
Super,
looking
I
at.
will wait till then, thank you.
That's part of it. So it'd be a matter of contacting vendors. There's a couple of ways that I'm trying to figure out how to do the supplemental, either contract with a general contractor to manage all of them or just do them piece by piece.
Okay.
Still trying to figure that one out.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Dr. Salmi?
Is there a Days of Allah tour kind of date planned? I think we'd also talked about that.
We've done one.
Okay.
Most of the work at Days of Allah was done last summer.
Okay.
But we certainly, if you ever want to come out there, we
Okay.
can we can
I
schedule that.
probably missed it. That's on me.
The
Thank you.
library's done. I don't think the last time we were there, I don't know if the library was done.
No, it wasn't
It's
finished.
done, so we'll throw a date out for that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to say, I've been hearing I haven't seen the inside of Miller, but I've been hearing spectacular things from students and from teachers and staff at that campus. And so I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. I also haven't seen Days of Allah, and I'd like to take a tour when it's appropriate.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. Mr. Sandoval, I had a question that was going to wait till the agenda item, but Dr. Salami's comment kind of threw me off, so I'm going to ask right now. So at a later point in time tonight, we're going to go through a proposed supplemental budget for projects across the ISD using leftover bond funds. The Days of Allah potential change, which was listed on the PowerPoint, would then come from where?
Well,
So if we
it'll,
decided to do those two items, where would that money come from?
so we're gonna have about, I'm projecting probably about $60,000 to $70,000 left over from the Days of Allah original contract. And we can use a portion of that, and we can also use a portion of this, this excess funds that we have overall, the 5.2 million that you saw on there. It just depends on how the numbers come out, right? Once I price these projects, let's take a look at it, and then we decide, is this something that we want to do? I can tell you that the canopy at Days of Allah is needed. That's the main entrance for students for drop-off and pickup and the exit. It's needed for inclement weather. The parking lot, the additional parking spaces, they've got 80 spots right now, and they get, if there's a parent event or any kind of something that's going on the campus, they're parking along Days of Allah Road, which is not something we want, so.
And I appreciate that clarification, and this is telegraphing to my colleagues at a later point in time tonight. I'm going to be advocating that we finish the ISD projects, the additional possibly changes or additions, right? You just alluded to the fact that the canopy at Days of Allah is needed. So I'd much rather focus on finishing that, included with all the other bond projects, before we allocate the leftover bond funds on additional expenditures and items, because it sounds like, we're spending money on other items and we haven't finished the bond projects as presented. So that's going to be a reoccurring theme for me tonight when we get to the supplemental item. So thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Sandoval.
Thank you.
Dr. Barton?
Board President Cantu, members of the board, Superintendent Cardona. We passed the first quarter mark in our fiscal year, and so we have the quarterly investment and financial report for you. The full report, it begins on page 22, but because the board is considering an expenditure of general fund this evening, we wanted to make sure we provide you a lot of context on that section. On page 22, you will see that the general fund is diversified across several pool accounts, but the total amount is $38,598,704. And I'd like to give you some context on that because that's tough to process. And that print is a little bit small, but I will tell you, from that $38 million, we have reserved $4.5 million, $4,520,475 for TEA. They have decided that they overpaid us in the last school year, and they are going to reconcile that out of our state aid this year. So our general fund is going to support that. We always reserve 3 months of expenditures by board policy, and 3 months of our expenditures are $21,265,644. And our current budget deficit is $3,442,061. That leaves $9,370,523 that are unrestricted and could be considered for your use if this the project you're going to consider this evening was desirable. I do not have a presentation for the quarterly financial update other than to say we are very excited to begin receiving revenue. You can see that we've received about 5% of our revenue, and we receive revenue from October through March through property taxes for the most part. But we've expended about 14% of our budget. So we're excited to see that come back into balance when you receive the next investment and financial update from us.
So we've received 5%, but we've expended 14%.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, I have a question about the foundation overpayment. That's news to me, and I'm super confused because my understanding was that when we made the changes to the budgeting process mandated by the last biennium and all of the changes in that SB bill, whichever one it was, I can't remember now, that this was no longer going to happen, that we were going to be always on current track with the money that we were receiving from the state, and we weren't either going to go too far ahead or go behind and have to do any repayments. So what is this?
I think that was the best laid plan. The reality, though, the road was a little bit different. So you'll remember that our entitlement, what we receive for our students, is based on our students and their characteristics. The TEA determines how much taxes we are likely to collect based on our certified tax values. And the difference between our entitlement and those tax collections is the state aid we receive. Well, 2 summers ago, when COVID was first starting, our appraisal districts, our major one, was unable to finish all of their appraisals in time. Instead of a certified value, they provided the board with a certified estimate. And once they had resolved all their values, we ended up collecting more taxes than was anticipated by TEA. Of course, they don't allow us to keep that balance, so they're going to expect that back. And because of the challenges transitioning from last year to this year, they didn't ask for a check. They just said, we're going to reconcile that out of your state aid this year. And so that's why we're short. That's the vast majority of it, and then just a small portion the hold harmless did not cover. The hold harmless is a really complicated thing from the first semester and then each 9 weeks thereafter based on your ADA and different factors, and then some things as simple as how many kids are in person was a factor in whether you receive the hold harmless. And so that's the amount of money that we technically owe back, but we're not sending it back. They're just not going to send it to us this year.
Okay, so since that process did not create the anticipated smooth result that was, supposed to happen, I'd like to get a timeline for when we received those overpayment, the overestimates that we were paid, the over projection, when those hit our budget. I'd also like to know when we got notification of this overpayment that the state is going to address, because this fell all during the time period while we were doing the current budget. And so we made projections and expenses based on those projections. And so to prevent that as much as possible in the next budget cycle, I'd like to understand when all of those things happen so that we can have an eye toward that potentially happening again, because obviously this system of the states is again unreliable.
I think the last 2 years, 18 months have been a real challenge, but and we can absolutely provide that with you. But I think the saving grace and the decision they made that benefited school districts is we have that balance right now. It's in our accounts, and so they're reconciling it in the future, and they didn't disadvantage us at any point.
I understand, and I don't blame you at all, or the administration in any way. I think it's entirely at the behest of the state. But I also know, when the first COVID funding came through, they didn't let any of that money come to schools. They kept it all, and it was only in the third round that the money came directly to schools, because at the federal level it was mandated. Otherwise, that money would still be sitting in the governor's back pocket. So I'd like to see a timeline on that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Hanson?
Will we be having the same problem since the appraisal district have they certified?
We did have certified values this year.
Okay,
and that
because
was
they
the major
weren't
difference.
finished.
We literally received, and this is our biggest appraisal district, so it was a significant amount of money, a certified estimate. And I think everybody was projecting that things would turn for the worse 2 summers ago, and things didn't actually turn out that way as far as property values in our community went. And so that's just the reality of the work, and it didn't occur on the timeline that we needed it to and TEA expected it to.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand again. We did receive certified values?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You approved your certified values in August, I believe.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't certified estimate again.
No, we're good.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Dr. Barton? Feasibility study and proposal presentation.
Hi, can y'all hear me? Okay. So I am going to present basically everything that the central office subcommittee has been discussing since we first met in January. Okay, so I'm going to start with a little bit of the history. So the subcommittee was started by Trustee Arredondo. He proposed to create this subcommittee because he truly felt that the district needs a central office. And so we voted and it passed. And so we have met a total of 5 times since January 28th of this year. So the subcommittee is made up of trustees, which will include me, Trustee Hanson, and Trustee Villapando, along with Superintendent Cardona and his cabinet, which consists of Dr. Barton and also Stantec as well. So in these meetings, we have discussed district resources to basically just kind of discuss our best options for a central office. And so we discussed vacant facilities, which included the ACC, Goodnight, and Mendez. Unused land, which consists of LBJ, Hunter, and Mendez, and our general fund. So after we met with Stantec, with our first meeting with them, they conducted a study. And so, but I'm going to go back to our meeting with Stantec. So we basically discussed our ideas and provided them with feedback. And they were able to take that information and also meet with the district leadership to get the following information, which was the meeting and training needs, the collaboration space information, and the office types that they are needing. And they came back and they presented 3 options to us, the subcommittee, that would best fit the information that they gathered from us and the district leadership, and it was to look into Stagecoach, which would be something that we would have to invest in. Hunter Road, which we already own, but there's no building there. And then ACC and Goodnight, which there is a building there. And I am going to pass it along to Stantec, and they are going to go more in detail.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Julie Zitter. I am the workplace market leader at Stantec, and I'm also a licensed interior designer, senior associate, and I've been in the industry for over 25 years. I'm here to present, thank you, Ms. Maya, for the introduction. So yes, we've been talking about this exclusively with the subcommittee and leadership here since June, and here we are 5 months later talking to you all tonight about our progress. Well, the whole intro slide, that Dr. Cardona talked about with the opportunity you folks have for leadership, I think this blends triages in really nicely, because I think, as a first point of arrival, your first chance for prospective clients and students and people wanting to work at the district is going to be your administration building. You want to use this building to attract, retain, and recruit talent, and I think this is a great opportunity and to have ultimate impact on your students. Just like she explained, we did meet with leadership, and we got to understand better about the program, basically the menu of needs that the administration building would require. We also looked at 3 opportunities for where this could be done in terms of a test fit, just as was explained. And we also, based on some attributes at the top there, identified which would be the most appropriate location to truly do a test fit. And those are your little rattler symbols up there, just to further express that the ACC Goodnight, again, unweighted, seemed to allude to be the best location to apply the study towards. In addition, we, through this exercise, were able to also incorporate something for the POSAC, which is the grant that the district is implementing for trails. And so we took this opportunity as well to kind of exploit that a little bit and include that as part of the grant, which was due this summer. And so just to reorient yourselves, there is a purple box around ACC Goodnight, if you can see it there, just to further promote its location, which, you may think about an existing facility that you're used to having some great attributes, but also maybe some negative ones because it's an existing asset and you're used to the way it's looking. But one of the benefits that it holds right off the bat is its location. And we all know that real estate location is primo. And this is right off the main course here. It's nicely nestled within your campus over there, and in addition to being a gateway to San Marcos. So as you can see, it's readily noticeable off of Guadalupe there. And so using that main elevation as kind of a gateway. These are some of the views currently, as you can see. You probably drive past it very frequently, not really paying too much notice to it, but that potentially can change. We always start with visioning and a design concept. Just keep in mind, everybody, that none of this is built. None of this has been approved. These are just ideas and concepts to help you reassure yourselves that this location could effectively be a great outcome to the space that you're challenged with. What this wheel really reinforces is all the words, and I encourage you to look at this later if you can't see it on the slide on the screen. but all the words that are described on the pinwheel there are words that came expressly from the folks who we interviewed. And when I'm talking about interviewing, I'm not saying, tell me how many offices you need and workstations that you need. I'm actually asking questions about what kind of space makes you feel good, what kind of space allows you to work harder, what kind of space inspires you. Because not only does the amount of square footage for an office is beneficial, I also want to know what informs how folks feel to solicit the best outcome possible. And so all those words we heard, and they nicely tie back to the 4 core commitments that this district has approved. You can also see it by way of a word cloud. So the words that are seen in purple and largest were heard repeatedly. And we met with people independently. So it wasn't as if they sat in one room and expressed the same emotions. This happened independently, so it just further realizes some of the challenges that are currently met in the leased space that you folks occupy. So again, part of that visioning process, those words mean something to you because they go back to the core commitments, but they mean something to us as well. They mean things like materiality or scale or repetition. And so we start to apply that to the actual building itself, which we know is ACC, which already has a scale in and of itself. So we think about this from the outside, but we also think about it from the inside. A project is celebrated when both the inside and outside speak to each other. And that way it's reinforced. And so these are images that we select to help reinforce the words that we heard and to share with you, the client, what could ultimately occur. So here's some additional interior shots, again, just illustrating the words at the bottom to reinforce the push and pull of the words that we heard and how that could be expressed in terms of an interior environment. When I hear the word warmth, I immediately think of wood. That's very comforting, very calming. When I think about open, I think about exploiting the vertical space, not just something along the floor. So these help us just kind of make sure that we're on the same page as we go through the design process. But further, we have to look at the analysis itself of the site. And you folks are very well familiar with this site. You have lived with this site for a long time. You are used to going to the same front door. But you have got to think about it another way, which is right now it's a little bit congested the way it is now. And if we were to just plop a central administration building right there in the middle, that current door wouldn't really be supportive. So immediately we started thinking about just rotating the entry point. But in doing so, we also have to think about some of the existing conditions. There's a power line there. Of course, Lamar is there. So we really start to energize and think about how we can accomplish this smartly. And please look at your handouts because I can see this is really hard to see. To see on the slide there, because it's kind of dark. But we also, of course, looked at parking because knowing that this is not going to be exclusively a 8 to 5 office building, this is also going to be something that's going to be used for training purposes and outdoor and outside events for the community. So we have to be thinking about parking and how appropriately to enter and exit those folks safely. This is the floor plan. And it is purposely upside down because of what I just told you in terms of the point of arrival, point of entry. So just to give you a sense of bearings, on the left there is Guadalupe, Lamar would be to the lower right, and Goodnight would be just north. This encompasses 26,000 gross square feet. When we went through the programming process with the users and the departments, it indicated we needed about 17,600 square feet. The space to the right, which would be the delta, could be future development. Naturally, there is a break in this building. If you've walked it, it does have a low and a high. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. A low and a high bay portion. And just keep in mind that Guadalupe's on the left there, and so we really wanted to focus our attention on that corner space because this is going to be kind of your beacon as you come down Guadalupe Street. So just thinking about those visioning slides that you saw earlier on, we are, looking about edges. We're talking about different plateaus here and elevations, and really reinforcing that point of arrival. And so just thinking about the building just being cut away, not just a flat plane, but as soon as you start to really push and pull this space, it becomes a little bit more engaging, a little bit more protective, a little bit more welcoming, all of those, illustrating all of those points that we heard earlier. And going further, we can start to now shape some of this space, like thinking, if this is the low space on the left, we could put the department offices here perhaps, and then start thinking about the training area to the right, because we know that we're gonna have space occupied by both quote unquote the private, which is the everyday users, and then more the public, like for example, like tonight. And furthermore, just illustrating how we can create a very safe corridor here so that we can have that gentle commingling of private and public in the same space occurring, and how you organize, a space to accomplish both sensibly. And going a little deeper, now you can see exactly who the users are that we met with and how they could cohabitate in the space and create opportunities for collaboration, empathy, understand, how one employee is feeling from the next one day, how you can lift them up and make them feel good as the day progresses. Hopefully this is helpful. This is just a axonometric, so kind of a 3D version of what we were just looking at, just to further promote kind of more the purple zone is the private, and then that dashed red line is kind of the separation between public and private. Again, a very strong point of arrival, protected area here. And then the idea came out of the subcommittee is maybe, this isn't just a building for gathering, it could also be a potential place for teaching, having a community garden and giving back to the community, and because of its adjacency perhaps to Lamar. We know that an asset that's existing has some benefits, not only to the location, but actually the materiality. You've got a very perfectly good slab that's there. You have a really good bones to the building by way of the structure that's currently there. You also have the CMU, which is kind of the makeup of the vertical walls. And you also have reclaimed brick that we could potentially reuse in terms of accents. And then finally, you have a lightweight concrete roof. All of these become building blocks as reclaimed materials. And then we add and supplement to that to create some of those elevations, on the facade that you start to see by using concrete fiberboard, which is a very cost-effective building material that's great for long-term use, wood accents to promote that comfort, and then stone accents as well. And so the next slides I'm going to show you are actually visual representation of what could happen to that glorious building you folks own. Just by pointing orientation here, where my cursor is, this is basically where Guadalupe is, okay? And then this is that strong corner that we were really highlighting. And then this is the new parking lot that would occur to support the new function in this building. You're already starting to see a very strong horizontal line. This building is quite low, and we want to celebrate that, but not just clad it with just the same material. So you're already starting to see perhaps a hierarchy of materials and an opportunity to promote perhaps a branding, opportunity, not just the name of it, but maybe a naming opportunity here. Some artwork perhaps done by a student, but a very clear denoted entry point here. And a lot of landscaping and greenery, so it's an environment that's professional and welcoming. Now the next few slides are getting more into the interior space. So here are these columns, which we are going to embrace. Those are existing. You're also seeing, as soon as you arrive, if you're a guest, you have the gatekeeper here that could clearly supports you, welcoming you and signing you in. But already you're starting to see kind of this main road here. That was that main strong corridor here that would allow for the mixing of private and public. And so everything's kind of out on display here to the right. This is where the public area would engage. And going a little bit deeper around that corridor is the meeting space here that could be used. Promoted further by some phone booths here or touchdown spaces. And then tucked behind here, which I'll show you in just a second, is the break room. So again, this is the high space. If you remember that floor plan that I showed you, this is the high base space, which is what we're trying to celebrate here, which is a lot of the vertical space. And you're starting to see just suggestions again, of how this space could be translated. And tucking around further, you see the break room, and this would be an opportunity for people to get away from their desks, get some fresh air, see some natural light, see their friends, their neighbors, their colleagues, grab a cup of coffee and a bite to eat. And this view is almost as if you're sitting right outside. You're kind of entering to the building. So this is really becoming more animated with the glass here on that entry point. And then just beyond here could be potentially used for training purposes or maybe even board meetings as needed. And then just one more last shot here of the overall perspective of the parking lot here and the two facades from the Guadalupe Street, and then like Lamar is just right over here. So it wouldn't be a good meeting if I didn't talk about cost and schedule. So here we go. So this is just a quick chart here kind of demonstrating the challenges that anybody who works in the construction design industry is met with, whether it's steel or wood or some of the other building materials. I mean, this goes back in time, but this is further trending to be a challenge. And so we are trying to promote in our cost estimates how you as a district can accomplish this smartly. So this is a quick cost analysis that we provided. We did work with contractors that have done work in the district or have done work at school districts. So they're in the mix, they're in the fold. They know the sensitivities of what's being met with and challenged with. So just to give you a quick breakdown, this square footage that's here, 26,000, that was that gross square footage. And then 18,000 of that would be higher dollar point here because that's the amount that we want to create for the administration building. And then that warehouse space, that's kind of that additional space, that's the high base space, that gets a smaller cost per square foot because that's not going to be outfitted. And then MEP replacement for the entire building, that's its metric per square foot, roof and exterior. And then we've got site work that's anticipated again with the brand new parking lot, landscape upgrades. And this would be the total here, which is a little bit over $5 million. And then we have what we call soft costs, which is for architectural, MEP, drawings, and our time, as well as furniture. That's considered soft costs. And then finally, we're incorporating like a 1% monthly escalation. We feel this is kind of your pre-contingency because of the challenges and the escalations with the marketplace. Central Texas is hot, and it's not just because we can't get wood, and it's not because we can't get steel. Everybody is tapped out, whether you're in the commercial industry, the private industry, or in the public industry. So it's really hard to get attention. And so we just advise you, if you approve it tonight, fantastic, let's go. But if it takes you a little bit longer, then we just need to bake in some extra monies here because every day things are going up. And so we feel it appropriate to protect you. For a grand total here of just over $7 million. This is based on $268 a foot for renovation, but a new construction, just so you have something to compare it to, if you were to do something right out of the box, it's about $333 a square foot. And then my final slide is schedule. So we anticipate about a 6-month duration for design, and the bid timeline, about 2 months for bidding, and then about 10 months construction. So what you have going for you at this building is you already have a slab. You don't have to wait for that to cure. You already have steel. You don't have to wait in the line for that.
So you do have some benefits, by having an existing asset that you can continue to appreciate versus the opposite, and just sitting there not doing anything for you. So I will take any questions that you have.
Ms. Halsey?
I have a question, actually. Thank you. This is a fascinating presentation. It's not what I expected tonight, but I'm fascinated by it. But I do have a question for Dr. Barton. So I have comments that I'm going to save for the discussion portion of this meeting, but we are very far along, much further along than I expected this committee to go, which I will address more in my later comments. But just so I can kind of get a sense of everything that's just been presented here, how does that compare to the Mendez proposal that we saw? Because we had seen a Mendez proposal, it was approved, we then started site work and realized that the costs were going to be far in excess of what we'd projected, and that was a renovation work on an existing site. And so I'm wondering, has this already progressed to that point where these costs are firm because we've done enough site tests that we know that these are not going to come back, if approved, and become double the cost?
There is no certainty about what's going to come in the next 6 months, my eyes are difficult that far away. The Mendez project stopped at the 2-month mark that you see up there in the middle for bidding.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
And right now we are at the beginning of the 6-month mark where they would begin drawing and developing the vision that she started this evening.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I will save the rest of my comments, but I feel like we've just taken this huge jump that I was not expecting tonight. So thank you.
Ms. Hanson?
I just want to say, when they first brought possibly using this building, which I worked in 16 and 17 years ago, supervised, our OTC was there, vocational ag, building trades, and auto tech. And I was like, there is no way you can make this building look nice. But they found a way by taking away the ugly parts. And really, I was just blown away by the work that they did. I appreciate all the work that was done on this, because I was really adamant, plus also cost. If we looked at a new building, there's a lot more cost added because we already have things at this building. So, and also turning it around, because I didn't want to entice the students at Goodnight to come over that way after school or whatever. So I really appreciate all the work they've done and have been able to share with y'all.
Dr. Salmi?
Thank you. My question is around the timing of the initiation of the project and how that relates to the cost estimate you've given us. So is there any way for you to speak to that should we postpone starting this for 6 months, can you give us any idea of the changes that would be? And I understand that that's a difficult proposition considering the construction market that we're in. Mm-hmm. But I want to understand what kind of timeline we're looking at for this proposal.
Sure. So the monthly escalation at 1%. So if the project was a 6-month hold, I would take that number and times it by 6. So for each month that you elongate the decision, I just would include something of that magnitude to help you protect, going out to secure the right monies for this.
Okay, so do I understand correctly then that the monthly escalation is kind of the contingency for when we start, but once we start the project, that is no longer like a contributing factor?
Yeah, so it's almost like a pre-contingency to protect kind of the costs related to everything. But then once that's approved, then you're going to maybe have some contingency forced in there somewhere, perhaps.
That was then my next question is, what kind of assurances can we have that the project wouldn't exceed the total that you've presented here? Since the district has been through this previously, as I've been made aware, and we don't want to go down that road again. So
right.
How do we
I think the bid process is going to be your strong, and we also put together, at the end of SD, we send out a package. And then we come back, we look at it, we evaluate it, we trim it down if need be. And if anything, where that high bay and where that square footage for the program space and the future space, we could also bring it back, so maybe it's not as much program that we do right now, as part of this project. So we have to make those conscientious decisions and choices. So either it's going to have to be trimming of materials or finishes, or it's going to have to be trimming the program to meet the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I'm not too sure if, I know I have several questions that I was going to save for the agenda item that comes later on in tonight's meeting. I don't know if my colleagues will entertain us waiting for all questions until then, because I have questions for the representative from Stantec and Dr. Barton and my colleagues on the subcommittee, and like they're going to be asked anyway, right? So if there's a way that we can just work through the remainder of the agenda and all of our questions are asked at that time, I mean, I'm happy to ask the questions now, but I think it's going to be a pretty robust discussion when
Let's save our questions then if it's going to be a robust discussion. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Ready for academic update, Mr. Sanders? He's working on it, right?
Good evening, Board President Cantu, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Cardona.
After this. Oh, right now? Can we ask you to hold off?
5 minutes.
5-minute break.
Oh, I didn't know what we were holding
I'm
off for.
sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If we could take a 5-minute break, and then you can give your academic report.
5 minutes?
Everybody's on a 5-minute break. We'll take a break at 7:16.
Okay.
I need to get up and go around.
Sir?
Can you eject your memory stick?
Oh.
Why is Mr. Cruz here?
Board workshop?
Oh, yes.
Academic update. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Sanders.
Good evening, Board President Cantu, Board Trustees, and Superintendent Cardona. This evening, I'm here to present an informational item on dropout prevention, a partnership through Senate Bill 1882. Senate Bill 1882 allows districts to establish partnerships with charters to provide an innovative and a transformational approach to redesign learning opportunities for students across the state of Texas. One of the benefits of doing this, there are additional funds that are eligible for disbursement to the district to support this alternative model of education. It should be noted that this partnership comes at no cost to the district. It does require a different campus code, but the partnership remains under the umbrella of being a San Marcos CISD school. What is the district's role? First and foremost, the district will provide oversight to this partnership. The charter authorizing policy must be approved by you all, our board, and by the partners board in order to fulfill this contractual obligation. The district implements high-quality authorizing processes. So again, we would be in a position where we would evaluate the performance of the partnership. So they would operate under the guidelines that we've established. Also, as part of this, TEA has established a set of protocols that we would follow in terms of creating this alternative form of education. In order to do this, we must apply for the partnership benefits. And in my next slide, I'll just talk to you about what we must do in order for that to happen. Again, the big thing for everyone to know is that as a district, we will provide oversight of the campus performance. So we would not be creating this partnership and assuming no responsibility for the academic outcomes for our students. So why this partnership? As you know, our theme this year has been the power of re. We are in a position this year to redesign education for so many of our students. If you think about it, over the past 18 months, we've had an opportunity to see some things that didn't quite work well for all of our students over the past 18 months. And so as a result, we know there are a group of students where the traditional school structure is not working for them. We have students who are working full-time jobs. We have some students who are parents. They're taking care of themselves and family members. So it is our hope to be able to provide an opportunity for our students to engage in a partnership through schooling that is unique, specific, and meets the diverse needs of students in our district. We would be engaging with a partner who has that expertise and program development that is aimed at students who, unfortunately, the current schooling model has not worked for them. Being a comprehensive 6A high school has many challenges, and we know that the added challenge of students who may have become disengaged through a process that is no fault of their own, but is one that is a traditionalist approach, is not working. So partnering with an organization who specializes in this will create sustainable, lasting change, one that we hope will reduce the dropout rate. And that, of course, is what we all want for all of our students, to be successful in their future lives. There are some important dates here. And again, the partnership is contingent upon approval by the board, which we're not seeking tonight. We just want to present this as an informational item. But I do want to highlight some important dates. So the first date that has already happened was October 8th. We were obligated to attend a district training if we had any interest in pursuing this. These are mandatory trainings that I myself, along with one of my colleagues, attended to learn about all of the requirements that go along with this partnership. Another feature was the letter of intent. Again, the letter of intent does not place us in a position where we're obligated to move forward, but in order to be considered, we did have to submit a letter of intent by October 15th, which we have done. We are now at the place where the next big date is January 21st. So we do have time to get this approved and move forward with it. So we don't necessarily There won't be any changes coming this year. The partnership does not actually start until next school year, 2022-2023. So for this current year, we still operate as we're currently doing. So you can see in January 21st, there will be a training for the district and the partner. And one thing to note, if we as a district do not participate in these trainings, we will not be eligible to continue in the partnership. So it is a high standard that TEA has placed on us in regards to making sure that we're not, in a sense, passing this off on a partner. Performance contract training. Again, I've kind of talked about this already, but just to emphasize, this will be it's very similar to another department where we would be monitoring the performance of our students, and we will be working closely with the partnership to ensure that they have all the resources available, everything from facility to staffing. We will closely work with them to ensure that the product they're designing meets the needs of San Marcos, because it is an approach used throughout Texas, but we know the diversity of school districts across Texas, and we want to make sure that this meets the needs of our students. And that is all I have for this evening as far as the informational component goes.
Questions? Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, thank you. If you could send the board relevant background material on this partnership program, I would appreciate it. This is the first I'm hearing about it, understanding it. So I'd like more information on why it's been created and what its intent is and how it works. But I just have a couple of questions. The partners, who would those partners be? Like, give me an example of what's a partner.
So at Agenda Prep, remember I talked about dropout recovery
Yes.
program? This is what we're talking about. So searching a charter, a company that has expertise in helping us work with.
I mean, does it mean going out and recruiting like ideas to come and start a school here, or KIP or something? No.
No. This is dropout recovery, something
Specific to that.
correct.
Okay.
This isn't like turning over a school to, like, an 1882 partnership could potentially be something with an F-rated school where you turn over the school to. This is actually seeking somebody that has expertise in somewhere you don't, and just providing options. So the one I talked about at Agenda Prep was our principals visited. Ms. Presley, Ms. Velasquez, and Mr. Odom went to Houston to see a dropout recovery program that's in Mattress Mac, and where they partner with Career Technology. That school specifically works on getting kids certified in career technology fields. If they want to go to college, and they'll work on that pathway.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you. Thank you. Yeah, just any other, just general context on it and sort of rationales and examples would be appreciated. And so what date would the board have to make a determination on this by?
We were looking at possibly November or December, so that we could have everything, I would say the sooner the better, so that we can make sure that as we start to go down the path, we're not getting too far ahead of ourselves without of course, the blessing of the board to do so.
Okay, and then you alluded to our 6A status. This isn't something that would change or affect our 6A status, is it?
No, it's not. And actually, according to UIL guidelines, being that we only have one high school, it does not, it would not affect our numbers and our standing in the state.
Okay, thank you.
These students remain our students.
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Anyone else? Mr. Redondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. Just as a follow-up, I believe Trustee Halsey mentioned something along those lines. So I'm a little bit more familiar with this just because I've been in conversations with Dr. Cardona, and specifically at, I think, agenda preparation, I asked, what are we doing to address attendance and dropout prevention? And that my initial conversations with him, he shared with me some ongoing dialogue that was happening inside of the ISD. Similar to Trustee Halsey, I know, I'll admit individually, I have a lot of preconceived notions about charter schools. And as a proponent and advocate for public schools, again, there's like a lot of hesitancy and trauma around even just that word, right? Charter, and then we start chasing bunny trails. So in addition to what Ms. Halsey has requested, Similarly, and again, I know Dr. Cardona had mentioned it, individually, I'd be interested in seeing some of these alternative learning environments, programmings, whatever that looks like, just because I know in casual conversations I've had with folks, I think overwhelmingly the comment of charter is mentioned, and there's a lot of concerns in connection with that. So if there was any type of way that we could see possibly what this would look like in person, that would address a lot of the initial concerns and even trauma that I have even just hearing about it. So that would be my additional request, is if the opportunity presents itself individually, I would be interested in that. Secondly, if this were to proceed, right, we follow this to its conclusion, would this replace the current programming that we have currently with like the Phoenix program? Would this be like a full and complete transition to that, or what would that look like?
So it would be a combination of, currently at Phoenix, to start the year, we had about 300 students, and that was, it has since been reduced, but that was a large number. So what we're looking to do is some of those students who were part of Phoenix, we're evaluating where they currently are performing and whether they can return to the traditional high schooling experience here. And what we're looking at with this partnership, we're looking at probably about 225 students, and what we would like to be able to do, and I'm speaking in terms of what the partnership hopefully would be able to accommodate us with, would offer multiple sessions throughout the day, so that for the student who may have a full-time day job, we offer a morning session, an afternoon session, and an evening session. So it creates that flexibility where those potential students who are having to work, they still don't have to feel like they're having to choose their working over their education. So that's how we're going to structure our conversations with the partnership, that when we do select someone, to emphasize that piece.
Okay, and just as like a second follow-up, if the Phoenix program is still going to be alive and well in some iteration, I know in conversations since Convocation, we've talked about the ISD's emphasis on Tier 1 instruction and moving away from, you know, the other things that we're doing to make up for learning loss or closing those gaps, and focusing on teaching the student the first time around versus remediation. So in these ongoing conversations, I'm interested in knowing what other programs we're offering, because we've had conversations about like the Button Academy before, so now it's like the Button Academy and Phoenix and possibly a charter school or some type of charter program. So again, like I'm hearing a lot of the what personally I would consider like triage of, we've already had an issue with a student, we're trying to catch them up now or keep them in the system. And so my initial concern is we've got a lot going on still, so I just individually need some personal reassurance that we are prioritizing and focused on Tier 1 instruction and not just over-expanded alternative schooling programming. I understand that it's needed, but I'm hoping we meet the student where they are the first time versus having a lot of auxiliary programming going on. So I'm definitely interested in hearing about this, bringing in outside experts, what that would look like for the ISD holistically. But obviously just need some additional information. So thank you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Sami?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions about your why slide that I'd like to have addressed at some point, which are in line with what Trustee Arredondo said. What are our current options? As I understand it, we have Rebound, Phoenix, and Button Academy that are, to some extent, addressing some of these issues. And so I'd like to understand the difference between those options and how this particular option would be something different than each of those, and how they all are different and yet all necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd just like more information about that, and I'd like to know what we've tried and what has worked in the past in this school district. It's my understanding that we've had a lot of success in the past with some of these programs that are now different than they were at the time they were successful. And so what are we doing, what have we done in the past, and what have we tried as a district to solve some of these problems ourselves without having to outsource too much control. In my research on the program, the 182 program, 1882 program, it looks like a lot of districts have opted to go with other kinds of community engagement. I know that there's a program in San Antonio that also addresses student dropout through something similar to what you mentioned in Houston, which is another kind of a program that isn't through a charter school. And it's a little unclear to me, but I'd like the district to address whether or not that the 1882 program could also be applied to additional kinds of community groups, not just charter schools. And when you're reviewing when we get information about the existing programs, I'd like to know how many students are involved in those, and with some sort of perspective on if that has grown or shrunk in recent years. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you.
Real quick, I know that this is one, Cruz, for the record, this is not my item, but what we'll do is we will get 2 partnership agreements that we've worked for Edgewood ISD. So they have these same programs, one for pre-K SA and another one for Texas A&M, the system that they have there. So we've negotiated those contracts. That way, to Mr. Arredondo's point, you see what a performance contract that has been approved and is already working looks like. Just another point is, in terms of control, the contract is what's going to govern control. How much you decide to give is in the details of the contract, and you'll see different controls for pre-K and SA as you'll see in the Texas A&M. So we'll send that to Dr. Cardona, and then he can send it to you all. It's public information anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're ready to move into approval of consent agenda items. Approval of minutes for regular scheduled board meeting on September 20th, 2021, and special call board meeting on October 4th.
I move that we approve.
Second.
Ms. Hanson made the motion to approve. Mr. Arredondo seconded. All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0 opposed. Items for action. Consideration and possible action to accept the San Marcos High School STEAM Building Bond Project.
Ms. Cantu?
Yes.
I recommend that the Board of Trustees accept the work on the San Marcos High School STEAM Building and Bond Construction Project.
Second.
Halsey makes the motion to accept the STEAM Building Bond Project. Mr. Arredondo seconds. Any discussion?
Ms. Cantu, just want to verify with Mr. Sanders, everything's been finished. I'm sorry, Mr. Sandoval. Too many last names that start with S, I'm sorry. Everything's been finished, the city's approved it all, everything's done.
Yeah, so the only thing that we took out of the permit was the work on the pond, because Weber is not even doing that work. So all that we hired Weber to do has been done. There was some confusion because there was some work on the pond that was done as part of the stadium project a couple of years ago. And when the city came out to approve, Weber did what was in their scope of work, but the city was looking at what should have been done back then, and now they're holding us to it. So as far as Weber's concerned, everything that we've paid them to do, or hired them to do, they are done with that.
So we still have to do work on the pond?
We're still gonna do some work on the pond to get and we moved it to its own permit, so we're working on that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the update.
Anyone else? All in favor?
Sorry, I wanted to say thank you and congratulations. I hear all the time from members of the community and from students and staff about how proud they are of our CTE program. I mean, just 360 degrees all the way around, and the investment that this community has made in that project, I think, is incredibly important, and the importance of it is only becoming increasing more as we come out of this phase that we're in with the pandemic. So thank you.
Mr. Arredondo?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cantu. Just as a follow-up to Trustee Halsey's comment, similarly, after spending several days with members of our San Marcos Area Chamber of Commerce and visiting North Carolina and various communities in that region, the need for these career and technical education courses couldn't be more critical and timely. So whatever we can do to ramp up the programmings in that facility and in that space. I know I still can't believe what I'm looking at when we go inside of the construction trades room or even the auto mechanics space in that facility. So whatever we can do to activate those areas as much as possible and get students in those programs, please let us know so we can support those efforts and energy. So thank you.
Ms. Hanson?
Yeah, I also agree with how innovative that all the programs that are in there, from even the crime scene investigation classroom that I toured, and the culinary arts and the auto tech. Oh my gosh, that's just night and day difference from what we had at the old building. ROTC building is what I always called it. It's just unbelievable. So
When I got here about a year and a half ago and I saw that facility, I was taken aback at it because of everything that's available, and it's real world stuff, as I call it, right? Stuff that you're really going to use out there. And aside from the athletic complex, that building is a showpiece for the
definitely
community.
is.
Anyone else? All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0 opposed. Discussion and possible action to approve renovation of the ACC Goodnight Center for a central administration building.
Board President Cantu, this evening you've received a presentation from Stantec, the district's architect. It was selected through an RFP process, and they were brought in to conduct a feasibility study and to, if possible, narrow that to a proposal that could come to the board, a test fit is the way they termed that. We've also presented you with an analysis of your cash flow and the funds available to you from the general fund. At this point, we appreciate the school board advocating for this process to begin last January. Trustee Mejia represented the work of the committee, and at every single meeting, their voices directed administration and shaped the action that followed. And so at this point, we're proud to present to you a final product that if the board chooses to, that we can move forward with.
Are we ready to
Miss-
move? I was gonna go ahead and
I have some questions.
We have some discussion.
You can go ahead and motion anyway.
They had some questions too, maybe
Yeah.
go through the
Did you have any questions we hear?
You can take a motion first.
I would like to move that we approve the renovation of that building so that we can move forward for central administration.
Motion made by Ms. Hanson, seconded by Ms. Villalpando to approve the renovation of the ACC Goodnight Center for a central administration building. Any discussion or questions?
Wait a second. Oh, Ms. Villalpando seconded. Okay.
Yes, we've already had motion.
But I think, Ms. Cantu, everybody might have questions. Do we just want to start at the end and do?
I think I'm good. I asked my questions during the presentation.
Okay, I have questions.
I do too, if we're gonna go left to right. So I believe this is for the representative for Stantec, and I apologize that I didn't catch your name earlier. So when you get to the podium, if you could reintroduce yourself, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep calling you the representative from Stantec, and that's just very rude. So,
Yes, it's Julie Zitter, and I'm the
Okay.
workplace market leader. Yes.
okay, thank you so much. So my first question, and I might be getting into the weeds here, is on the proposed budget that for my colleagues on the board is a part of the PowerPoint presentation. When it says site work totaling $888,000, I see where there's like a pretty significant parking lot layout of 142 spaces, and then like a double drive boulevard that is now adjacent to the Lamar School, in addition to kind of some wraparound parking behind, or I guess in between the ACC Goodnight Center, the proposed new central office, and Goodnight Middle School. That 888,000 captures all of that work
Correct, as of right now, correct.
as of right now.
Yeah,
And is that 142 parking spaces that's provided reflective of how many staff members are going to be inside the proposed central administration building? Like it's 142 personnel.
Yeah, we don't expect that many personnel. It's really more to support more of that public spaces for such an event like tonight or some other community-centric kind of facility components happening. So it's really to kind of as needed, because it is going to swell, you know, when it does support some of those more community-centric activities.
Or even training of staff.
Correct.
Too.
Yes.
Okay, and I guess that's my initial question is, I know our local municipal code requires a certain allotment for parking, and so my first question, which I don't think is available tonight, but it's something that I would like to have answered, is what does the code require us to have, and then what is that differential? Because obviously asphalt parking space is a pretty significant cost, and it looks like we're proposed to pour a lot of asphalt and additional drives and things, and so I know I have some initial sticker shock on the proposed budget for the new central administration building, and so I'm wondering tonight or whatever if that number can decrease over time. I'd be interested in looking at that, but anyway, so that's my first question, but since that took a pretty scenic route, I'll let Ms. Halsey go next.
Thank you. It was a great presentation. I appreciate it. But like my colleague, I am having sticker shock after we just saw the budget presentation where the state is reclaiming $4.5 million from our budget, which will give us about $9 million in our fund balance, and we're now proposing to spend $7 million of it on the building. So that's concerning to me off the bat. I can't support this tonight. I'm concerned because I feel like the charge to the committee sort of exceeded the charge that we had given it, and so I'm not sure how that's happened. But I thought, initially we had charged the committee to form in case there were properties that came available in the community that we needed to act quickly on in order to procure, and that those contracts obviously would have to come back to the board for approval, but that the idea was that they would be able to act in a timely manner where the full board might not be able to convene. And I do, I understand, I think we broadened that a little bit when we approved the hiring of Stantec and this exploration. But I was expecting that the committee would really come back with a variety of proposals, not one fully developed, pre-envisioned proposal. I feel like the board as a whole hasn't had an opportunity to weigh in on this vision and this use. Like the idea that we would have external community event space outside is not, I'm not opposed to that necessarily, but that's a completely new concept to me that I don't remember having conversations about that in the last 4 years that we've been going through this process. So I just feel like we've I know it's taking a long time, but we've skipped a step. I also feel like 2 years ago when we went through this process before with the Mendes building, we had a conversation about not locating the building at one campus unless it were going to be the flagship campus that we're now in, because there would obviously create some sort of discrepancies between campuses if we choose one elementary school or one middle school over the other ones. And at the same point, I know we had a conversation then because, we know high school students fight, and that's not a new thing. And that was something that was also happening 2 years ago. And we had that conversation around perhaps because we have one high school here, it would be best to locate our central administration building near or at the high school and really solidify that as our flagship and bring extra adult involvement and presence. And so I feel like, and I know Mr. Superintendent is looking at me, but I know we can go back and check the tape on that. So I feel like we've skipped some conversations in what I feel like is now a rush to get this done. And I understand, I know it's long delayed, I understand that, but I also think that we're now proposing to do it when construction costs are at a super premium, which I also find problematic. So I appreciate the work. I just feel like we've skipped 3 steps ahead, and I can't support it for those reasons tonight.
If I can correct one thing for the record, the district would not be down to $9 million or selecting this project down to $2 million. We still reserve 3 months of expenditures And so you have $21 million plus there for your, if there were an emergency to draw upon. That's why it exists.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the correction. That's right. I was talking about the monies above what we were holding in reserve.
I
So,
understand.
Ms. Viapando?
I just would like to mention that the committee was thinking also about moving the staff out of the building that they're in, which they're overcrowded, and to speed along the process. We did have, Santa did do their homework and offered other sites that we could have voted on, but they were not, they all had their different things, and actually this was the best solution. The other sites would have been more expensive, and so I think the committee, which I came late to the committee, Kathy and Ms. Hanson and Ms. Mejia were part of all of it, and they never, I never heard any other things except that we all three agreed to go with this election.
I appreciate that. I don't think, I'm not blaming any person or persons.
And you gave us that authority, so, I mean.
I thought the authority that we granted was not to just go full-fledged into the project, that we would have those conversations as a full board, and I feel like we now have not been able to do that. It's either approve this or not approve this, that there's no real conversation or input from the rest of the board, and that is not what I thought that is not what I intended to charge the committee with. That's not the vote I made, so.
We needed to have it in writing then.
Yeah, I mean, we did the work, so, I mean, the work is done. We didn't know that there was a pace that we were supposed to go. I mean, we worked with Stantec. We were very open about everything. I just don't know how, like, you expected for us to not have a full proposal tonight. That was what we voted on.
Yeah, I apologize that was not my understanding from the beginning of this process when we created this subcommittee. It was to work to procure land if land needed to be procured in a timely manner, and then we increased it to include an exploration with Stantec, but I didn't expect that there would just be the one proposal. I thought, or if there was going to be a final proposal developed, I thought there would be a step in between that would not be the step where we notified the public that we were potentially putting up properties for sale and creating the brouhaha that we had last month. I thought that there would be a workshop or a public discussion with the full board where the full board made input and comments to the proposal or plans before it got to this point. So again, I'm not sure where the communication mishap happened. I certainly, I don't blame any person or persons. I can't support this for those reasons because I don't feel like this reflects the input of the full board, so.
Mr. Arredondo?
Ms. Cantu, I haven't had a chance, we're going down the
Oh,
road.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hanson.
I felt like this is what y'all charged the committee with. And, we're bringing this information to, we didn't talk about any properties to sell. We only looked at assessing the value at the last meeting, which was voted down. I would like to know, what are the yearly costs for Mill Street and how much through the end of this year we will have paid?
We've been in Mill Street since 2017 and 2018. Originally, our rent in this location was $11,898 a month. It increases 2% annually, and we currently pay $12,626 a month. And to date, we have expended $579,255 at the Mill Street location.
So to today's date,
Yes, ma'am, through this month,
579 what?
so over $500,000
since 2017-18.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
that we could have put towards central office, but anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Sami?
Thank you for everyone's input. And I think anyone who's been in San Marcos for the past 5 years has seen the conversations going on around our central administration building. I was not on the board when this subcommittee was initiated. I don't know how any miscommunication could have happened if it did, but I appreciate the work that they did to identify an appropriate location. I also agree that this is an appropriate location. I think there are several campuses there, so to claim that it's one campus is sort of misleading, considering that I think there are 4 schools that are located in that general vicinity. So I think that it represents a lot of schools. The only age group not represented in that general vicinity is high school, but I guess I'm wrong because the Rebound campus is located at Lamar. So there are even high school age students at that location. So I think the location provides a real central site for all of our age groups, which I appreciate. I also appreciate the renovation of an existing building that's somewhat of an eyesore. One of the questions I have for Stantec is, will we be meeting any sort of increased efficiency kinds of goals? I didn't see any sort of LEED designation, but is that part of the plan that's included in this cost?
The nice thing about reusing a building is that you're not creating additional waste. So right off the bat, you are creating a sustainable story, which is a great thing to be able to tell the district. But to your point, for the things that are being added into it, we could definitely start to assess the level of sustainability that wants to be achieved. Absolutely.
Okay. The other part of this is to understand the $7 million, right? Are we going to be spending $7 million on something that we would otherwise be spending it on in this fiscal year or in the next fiscal year? Have we been not able to allocate resources the way we wanted to because of a financial reason that this would now take away from? Are we taking money away from some other program by using it in this?
No, ma'am, the board has approved a budget, and the budget deficit is already calculated, as we shared earlier, or already considered in the calculations that we shared earlier. I think as we've had discussions in the background on what the implications would be for our systems to support you moving forward, it would be to have that exact type of cash flow conversation anytime the board wants to consider something like we did last year, the incentives, or the one we've done this year, the vaccination incentive. We'd want to make sure you have an up to the quarter, not just up to the last audit report, which is sometimes very lagging, but up to the quarter understanding of what your cash flow is. And honestly, we've had such a cushion, the board hasn't had to consider that when they've made some of these tough decisions to take care of our students and our teachers through the last 18 months. Now we would just want to make sure we communicate about that differently because the cushion would be a lot different.
And so that $9 million that we've accumulated, that we are carrying, has been being accumulated for, can someone give me an estimate of how long we've been accumulating that money?
I don't know if there's any way to earmark that. This district historically has had a wide variety of experiences financially. You know, for the people who've been here a long time, I had the opportunity when I came into this position to go back and read the files. This district was bankrupt. And for years, through a lot of wise fiscal decisions by this board, we've been able to accumulate money. And honestly, under the previous financial system prior to HB3, the accelerating property values in our community advantage the school district. Now that ability to accumulate wealth is a little bit different. We do not have that ability to, just because the property values go up, we get more money. It doesn't work that way. It comes with students and their characteristics and their outcomes. And just like we learned earlier this evening, if that projection, we collect more money, we don't get to keep more money. TEA balances that out, and we only get what we're entitled to for our students.
Thank you.
I am for our recommendation. I'm concerned about the 7 million, as that's a big expenditure. 30% of it is going to the architect firm. But I see that we have that need. I see that for years we've been passing it off, and we keep spending money on leasing when we really need a good administration building, a nice one, and we're using our own property. So I'm glad that we were able to recommend from a property that we already had. When I go to other school districts or I pass through other school districts, I always admire the administration building that the community has invested in and has backed. And so I have my concerns about the 7 million, but I think that the cost of building will only continue to go up. And I think Mr. Arredondo was first, and then, next, and then you will be next. Mr. Arredondo?
Yes, I have two questions, hopefully. And then I have a request of trustee Hansen, so just FYI, trustee Hansen. On the page of the proposed cost of the administration building, similarly to trustee Cantu, when it comes to like engineering services and things like that, or millwork or tile work in the bathrooms, like all of the third-party things that are going to have to go into this building to make it usable, is that throughout every line item, or is that cooked into like, is it like renovation or renovation of warehouse or soft costs? Like, is it throughout the entire budget? That's my question.
1 second.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
I want to look at the summary. But it's a big, broad number. The construction, a lot goes into it. It's everything that you touch, feel, see, even the stuff you don't see. You know, I mean, the bulk of it actually isn't what you see. It's about 40% of the cost. Thank you very much. Okay, so the line item where it says renovation at $85 a square foot, that's the chunk of it. That's the space, the administration space. So that's why it gives a heftier price per square foot, for example, than the warehouse, which is just basically conditioned, maybe. But the renovation is really where the bulk of it is, and that is effectively everything that you would see and feel and occupy. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So, thank you. So my request of trustee Hansen, if you'll indulge me, is that we require, if this passes, that we require, or we endeavor, I'm going to say require, that 50% of all expenditures, at least 50%, come from local vendors. So like millwork, tile work, engineering services, roofing, all of those expenditures, like we direct the ISD whenever we put stuff out for bids, that like if or when or like we go local on everything if possible.
As a person whose spouse works in the trades, that's always been my request, is that we do as much local as possible. I think it's very important to support our local workers and, you know, and
Local
provide.
businesses.
Yeah, local businesses and the people that work for them, so that we can get the.
So I think to further promote that, we would like to add perhaps particular company names to the list, to the bid list, to make sure that they are fully inclusive.
And that's good and great, and I'm glad to hear it. If we could bake that into the motion, that there's like a minimum requirement of what we go local, and then if this moves forward, I would even retask the central office subcommittee, the 3 members that are there, or whoever, in collaboration with the ISD administration, to go through that, right? Like if whenever the ISD is discussing the contracts for the roofers or the electricians and the plumbers and the carpenters, all the things, right? Like if this were to pass and we essentially commit ourselves to the most significant withdrawal of fund balance in, I think, ISD history, that we commit as many of those dollars to local employers and vendors and service providers and all of the things, right? So
I think the spirit of what you're saying is absolutely doable. As you're crafting your exact language, the only thing I would say is we don't go out and find a roofing company or go out and find someone for electrical. It's part of the bid process, and it comes to us through a contractor. But and she can be the expert on this one, but we can specify local, and maybe even to specific companies as she was describing. I don't know if you want to.
As long as they have prerequisites, they have to have insurance, or there are things that they have to achieve to enable them to participate and bid on the work. And that's just through the public process.
And I'm 100%,
Yeah.
like, I agree and understand that. And I know, like, historically with voter-approved funds, we say, you know, you bid on it, you submit, you know, you respond to an RFP, whoever is in that pool of applicants, then we vet. But in this instance, the way in which this process has taken place and where these funds are coming from, I don't think it's too much of an ask that ISD staff, and in particular our procurement office, contacts local vendors. You know, Stokes Construction, who I know did our former CTE building at San Marcos High School, and again, on and on and on and on. So my request of Trustee Hansen is if we set like a minimum threshold of like 50% of all expenditures from central office come from local vendors, that would.
I don't see how you can make that a hard fast. That would be a goal, but are you gonna pay an extra 200,000 to, you know, I don't know, because we're just using local? I don't wanna, you know, I don't see how we can say that. I think it can be put in that for, as part of the bid process, whoever we pick needs to ensure and tell us, you know, how many, you know, how much local, not only trade people, workers, but also supplies, you know, and materials. I'd rather them come from a San Marcos supplier than somebody in Houston or Dallas or wherever, if this person can be, can give us a good bid.
And I
Are
agree
you
with.
willing to amend your motion?
To add, I can't add a specific amount, because what if we don't reach that? Then what happens? Because we
Then I
don't,
would entertain a lower percentage, I guess. Obviously, you know, if it 100% could be local, that'd be great.
right,
But if
that'd
we-
be our goal.
Yeah, I mean, and that's aspirational, and I appreciate that, but hindsight, when this is done, if we endeavored and it was only 10%, right? Like, that would be well below what individually my expectation would be, and I will reference a comment made by one of my colleagues who no longer is present on the board. Is something this significant, this big of a cost, individually, I would prefer it to go 7-0. I know that's a big ask, but to get more buy-in from the entire legislative body, if we could cook in some percentage and talk about that, it would alleviate my concerns, and I guess Mr. Cruz.
All right, so in terms of, you know, what the law provides, which is the Government Code 2269.055, when you're doing facilities construction, it basically says the district may consider the following factors. Number one, price. Number two, the experience and the reputation. The third one is the quality of the goods and services that you're going to be getting. Number four, whether or not the company is a historically underutilized business. The next one is the safety record. Three more, which is basically the proposed personnel, and that's to Trustee Salmi's, you know, I think, point about getting people that are going to be knowledgeable, experienced, right? The seventh one is the financial capability of the size of the scope of the project. And the last one, any other factor. So in terms of, you know, local preference, that I would not suggest you put it in right now, because you're, you know, in terms of the contract negotiations, you have to stick to what your CH legal policy provides, right? CH legal. That you can work with a contractor whenever they come up here and say, you know, this is what the price we're going to be giving you, and, you know, basically ask them to consider local, sure. But once you know, the contract is going to be between SMCISD and whatever contractor out there. In terms of all the subs that are being used, that's entirely up to them, and they have to be, if I'm going to be responsible at the end of the day as a contractor to be able to perhaps get sued by the school district if something goes wrong, I'm not going to be tied to certain subcontractors that may be local but may not be as good as others.
Right.
Okay, so I would just recommend that if you're going to go forward with this tonight, just with a recommendation, don't add the local preference at this point, because I don't think that that's in compliance with your CH legal policy. Okay?
I think what we could have, I mean, we've actually had a local contractor before build one of our I can't remember exactly what building, but I think when we look at who we select for the contractor with, you know, Stantec's expertise help us in, you know, trying to make sure that they're going to use as many local suppliers and local workers as possible. So that's why my hesitancy is to put a number on, because if we said 75% and we only got 50, does that mean we don't build, or, you know, what goes on? So it would be up to whoever we select as the contractor.
Just as a follow-up to Mr.
Mejia has a question. Could she go next?
Well, it's on like my item about local,
Okay.
so I don't want to like deviate off if Mr.
Okay.
Cruz is here.
It's
Mr. Cruz, you mentioned the historically underserved. So like, could we cook something into the motion that alludes to prioritizing historically underserved?
It's historically underutilized business,
yeah.
so those ones usually are people, minority-owned businesses. And minority usually is of a different ethnicity in terms of, you know, Latinos, African Americans, so on and so forth, or businesses owned by women. And that's actually a designation that you get through the federal government. So I can't just say I'm a historically underutilized business, and, you know, you have to show your certificate by the government. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was my question.
Ms. Mejia?
I just want to say, whatever happens with the vote, I am very proud that I have worked with Dr. Barton under his guidance, and then also Superintendent Cardona, and with Stantec, and with my colleagues, Trustees Hansen and Villapando. We have worked hard on all the research conducted for this proposal, and I hope that my colleagues realize how much time and effort that, you know, Dr. Barton and also Stantec have put into this, and will vote whatever their heart wants to.
Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, I had a question about the design. Can we pull the proposal up again? The slide? So my first question actually is, Dr. Barton, please don't walk away, it's for you. Sorry. It's just in terms of process, if this is approved tonight, then are we approving final design, or will there be another round where we've been through a number of these construction projects now, so another site plan that will come forward to us?
Oh, many, many times. So if you approve this tonight, your architectural company will begin working for you. They'll start drawing the actual plans and the things that will go out in the bid process. We're gonna come to you in the next few months, and we're gonna, you will decide how we will, what procurement method we will use for this project. You've been through this before through our bond project. We've done CMAR, and we've done CSP, and we'll discuss that when that time comes. Once you pick a method, we'll go out to bid. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
And so you'll pick, you'll have the opportunity to approve whoever's selected there. And that process includes identifying who the subcontractors are and making sure that was part of the consideration that went into the rankings. And then, I don't know if you want to describe your process, but the intervals they see it.
Yeah, so like I said today, this is kind of candy. This is what we do for a test fit, and just to assure you that this process does work and it is accomplishable, but by no means is this done. This isn't designed. We still have yet to meet with users one more time, go through a full evaluation of the schematic design process, through design development, and of course, as you proceed down each phase, it gets more and more refined, and you get better pricing as a result because it's more prescriptive. But this was just an opportunity to kind of exploit exactly what this diamond in the rough could do.
Okay,
Could
thank
you
you.
open up the schedule that you had? I think it would help if we could look at the schedule that
I
you had.
Did we answer her question?
Okay, yeah.
So then, if this is just a preliminary vote, then if we approve it tonight, I would request that going forward, the full board be convened to weigh in on the final design and be incorporated into the process for that determination. There are things that I would look specifically to know. I would like to know about the materials that are being used in this building as they compare to the materials that we've used in recent school buildings. This seems very luxurious to me on the face of it. And when we're talking about, a whole other additional parking lot here so that we can accommodate outside events, while we still are yet to vote tonight on whether or not we're going to have sun coverings for the students in our one high school when they eat outside, as they have been for the last 18 months during the pandemic protocols. And we're going to talk about putting in resurfacing parking lots at other campuses where parents and teachers and students are daily. That this just seems, we need to keep this in perspective with those other physical needs and make sure that we are not spending twice as much on the square footage for a central office building than we are for an elementary school. So that's something I would like to look at going forward. But I also would like, the full board to weigh in on the elements that go, and not just the elements in terms of the building materials, but the space usage, and what we really feel like we do need and what we don't need. Like, do we need to have this space recreated in that space? Maybe we do, maybe we don't, but I think that's a decision that the full board should weigh in on.
To possibly answer a question that came to me before, and maybe I missed an opportunity, if this were to be approved this evening, we would bring you a budget amendment for $7 million, but that does not mean $7 million would be expended by the board. It would just be set aside for this project. And based on the schedule that I think we're gonna look at in just a second, you'll see it's right on our budget year as they moved into the bid process. So all that money could come right back to us, and now we're looking at next year possibly spending it there and just budgeting it that way.
That's great. I mean, I just have fundamental questions though about why we're incorporating external outdoors community space here when we still are not finished with the outdoor community space behind Mendez. And we've got all these other places, we have the whole outdoor here space at the high school, though it's well established. So I'm just flummoxed by the process, obviously. But if we move forward with it, I would hope that we will have ample time to make some corrections and potential changes, so.
Ms. Mejia?
So one of the reasons why the main reason why we decided to go with this building was because we do not have to spend money on the foundation. And so we can save part of the building, and it will save us money in the long run rather than going to, let's say, exactly. So it'll save us some money in the long run. That's why we went to this
I certainly
plan.
hope that's the case, but when we went through this with the Mendez site, that was also projected to be the case, and it turned out it was going to be significantly higher to renovate that space, and the foundation elements weren't going to work. We haven't even gotten into, potential asbestos abatement, et cetera, for a building of this age. And so I understand the idea. I'm certainly in favor of trying to repurpose buildings, trying to reuse materials whenever. I also have done renovation of my own. I also know it doesn't always work out as one would initially hope. The costs actually, turn up sometimes when we are doing the best thing, which we believe to be repurposing. It can become, very, very costly to do that. So I just want to make sure that we are all involved in that conversation.
And just to remind you of that one slide that kind of showed the bones of the building, so all the nasty stuff is gonzo.
Yeah.
I've never been in the building, so I have no idea.
Oh, you should come School Fuel, and I'll take you on a tour.
Anyway, okay.
Are we done with discussion?
Last comment. So who knows how this vote's gonna go? But regardless of how this vote goes tonight, I'm gonna be haunting my colleagues on this school board and members of the administration. As we move forward in this process, individually, I'm gonna make it my personal mission that the tile work, the mill work, that stuff, it goes to as many local businesses and vendors as possible, without going to the litany of reasons why I have concerns about a central administration building and it being funded out of fund balance. I understand that it's a needed expenditure and it's a needed item in the ISD, but anyway, we can vote now.
Ready for the vote?
Oh, I have one more question. Dr. Barton, could you give us an estimated monthly rate if we were to renew our leasing contract for the following school year? Because I know it increases, correct?
Yes,
Every single year?
Increase 2% from where we
Okay.
are right now.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Call for the vote. All in favor of the motion? Do we need to go back and reread it?
Now, I think everyone's ready to vote.
All in favor, raise your hand. 4, 5, 6 opposed? 1, 6, 1. C, discussion and possible action to approve supplemental bond projects.
Ms. Cantu, we've had this item, so I'm going to make a motion that we postpone the approval of supplemental bond items.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, to postpone the vote on the supplemental bond projects, a motion for Mr. Arredondo, a second for Ms. Halsey.
And then
Ms.
I can
Cantu?
offer an explanation as to why.
Explanation, go ahead.
Yes, so my justification for this, again, earlier in tonight's meeting, information was shared with us that there are like pending items at De Zavala that might be bid out, but I just find it concerning that not all of our bond projects are done, and we are spending funds that are left over from the 2017 bond, right? Like, we're spending money before we know if that money should be spent or not. I understand that there are projections and that there are estimates, and so far, nothing has significantly come over budget except for one item in particular across our bond program. So for me, I would be more comfortable waiting until we've received all of our bond projects and we've been issued those projects as complete before we start spending those dollars prematurely. I don't know if there's interest from majority of the board, but that's why I made the motion to postpone. As a follow-up, when do I want this item to come back? When our bond program is complete. And that is the only definitive way anyone can assure me that that money can and should be spent at that time is 100% of all bond programs are complete. Okay, cool. Let's spend the leftover money, right? So, anyway.
Ms. Hanson?
Dr. Barton and Mr. Sandoval, since there's no money tied to each item, I'm assuming that we will be approving you go through that process of finding out how much each item's gonna cost. Is that incorrect?
The original thinking in this is we would, the two would align and there would be an overlap. Obviously with a $5 million excess, we can begin on some things, but if it's the board's desire to wait and see those projects play out before beginning these things, that's just fine. The money's been approved by the voters, the money is in your hands, and we can begin whenever you're ready for us to. And if that needs to wait for a little while, so be it.
So we're not, but with this, we're not
We
going.
believe that this is $5 million worth of work. But with the market where it is, our commitment in the administrative item was to begin and work in a priority order. We've prioritized these, beginning with transportation of students to school, making sure we have enough buses as bus routes expand next year, and then safety items, and then down to some renovations and things that we can do to help improve our campus culture. And whether that starts now, or that starts in 6 months, or that starts in a year, it's whenever you guys are ready for it.
Well, and did I miss, Bonham still has water problems, obviously seen at the last deluge, and their driveway. I thought we were going to address at least the driveway, if not some of the water problems.
The only fundamental rule we have in our bond money is we can only expend the leftover money in fulfilling a commitment we made to the voters when we took the bond to them. There was not a renovation of Bonham in our bond package. There wasn't anything for Lamar in our bond package, so we can't identify a renovation need that currently exists that wasn't there in 2017 but fulfills our commitment to the board, like we could somewhere else where there's something small, and the Bowie courtyard. Bowie, we made a commitment to renovate Bowie so that for the education of students, and they have an outdoor educational area that's become a little bit more unstable with the rocks, and we want to fix that. And that's a little bit lower on our package, but you can see that's something that would fulfill our commitment to the voters, even though it's something that a couple years later we didn't know about in 2016 or 17 when we proposed that and had it approved. So we have to stick within the commitments that we made to our voters.
Thank you. Dr. Salmi?
Thank you. Is there any reason to think that the proposals that you've made, so a lot of what we're waiting on to finish out the bond is the supply chain issues that the entire country has experienced through the millwork and all of the different items that keep coming up that you haven't completed, Mr. Sandoval. Would you be overextended in your job to identify the cost of these items and start working on these items now so that we can continue with these important issues like shade providing for the high school in a more timely manner? While I understand the desire not to overextend on the projects that we have ongoing, it sounds like from every report you've given us that you've had a pretty tight estimate on what those expenses will be and that you feel pretty confident in those numbers. Is that an accurate statement?
We actually removed the numbers from the sheet for this meeting because of the instability. Those quotes that we got 6 months ago, 8 months ago, just weren't holding true. So we rounded them up. We got broad numbers, and we believe we're in the neighborhood. But that's why we want to go in a priority order, starting at the top. And you'll notice even in your investment report from this month, you still have bond funds going back to the stadium project and to every bond. There's $10,000, something residual just sitting there. And eventually we're going to get to the point where we're holding on to some number of money just for many, many years just to make sure there's no claim on our bond. And so we won't exceed that. We're going to make sure we reserve that and we won't overextend.
Okay, I guess I meant, the number I meant was the number, the estimated $5 million or so that you estimate we will have residual. That's been the same number for the entire time I've been on the board since May. It's been roughly the same number. I haven't seen that number change. Is there any reason to expect that number to change?
Not dramatically, no. Mr. Sandoval indicated that we're going to continue to resolve the smallest issues. And we're down to, overtime and things like that with the contractor and deciding who's going to pay for what. Okay. But that's the final negotiations. And just as we've resolved each project in this bond package, we've been able to return some money, and our hope is that we would continue the same. But these last two projects are more complicated and at a more trying time than our earlier ones.
Thank you.
Mr. Redondo?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Cantu. Obviously, there's a motion. I made the motion, there's a second. My biggest concern, quite frankly, is that of the almost $5.4 million proposed of leftover bond funds, we have projects totaling $7,000 that is for a gate outside of the stadium, all the way to a $1.26 million expenditure for 12 buses. So like that is a huge spectrum of proposals. And I guess my concern is the way that this is agendized tonight is we vote, one vote, and then that's it, right? Like we've allocated $5.3 million in expenditures, and some of these might come in over projection, under projection. And so again, it's just like a lot going on, right? When there's some projects that's like, let's finish a fence at Bowie, like, yeah, let's like bring that to budget amendment and vote on that tonight versus $500,000 to refinish an entire school's parking lot, right? So there's a lot going on. Obviously, we just spent $7 million 2 minutes ago. And so I have concerns about just the size of the fund allocations that are being proposed tonight and just the variability between all of those programs. Like if some of these are timely, if work is being done at Bowie right now, like then let's allocate the $7,000 to complete the fence at Bowie's courtyard. But I think it's a totally separate conversation of allocating $1.2 million for, a significant replacement of our bus fleet and or a $500,000 expenditure to redo our parking lots. Because again, there was like a very robust conversation when the bond process took place. It had community stakeholders, it had board oversight, and here we're essentially like the proposed budget right now in front of us is bigger than some of the bond projects that were submitted to the voters for approval, right? Like that line item, that total, that 5.3 is a pretty big number. And so again, I, in theory, support all of these expenditures, but I think some of them are more timely than others, right? Completing projects at schools that have ongoing work right now. And so,
The only thing
again,
I
I
would
made
add to that is we've closed all projects except De Zavala and Miller. So we would not begin anything without your approval. And that's part of the transparency process, and that's why we're here with a list coming to you. We would not begin that on our own as an administration, and we wouldn't expend that money. We don't have to bring a budget amendment. It's already there to be spent. It's approved. But we wouldn't do that without the transparency of your support.
Can I get a-
And I agree with that, and I guess my point is, like, right now, if we voted on this list of items for 5.3 million, this is the last time we see any of these items, correct?
It depends on the procurement method. Above 50,000 for something that we had to go out to bid for, would come to you like it always does. There's a lot of ins and outs to the procurement method, but in general, those largest expenditures you would see, unless it's purchased off a co-op, in which case buses is a great example. You know you're going to get the best price because we're going to purchase that off a co-op, and so you're going to get the guaranteed lowest price, and that would not come to you for approval. But if we were to want to proceed on a renovation and it was going to cost $100,000, and we would go out to bid and we'd pick a contractor, that would come to you for approval.
Can I get
Dr. Salmi?
some clarity on the motion that is on the table right now, which is around postponing any action on these items until we have completely closed out the Miller and DZ bond projects? Do you have an estimate for when that will happen? And I guess I'm saying that keeping in mind that we just closed out the CTE building tonight.
Yeah, and I would say, safely to say that De Zavala will probably be closed out November, December, and then Miller, January, February. We can tighten up the budgets. We can show you exactly where we think we're gonna fall. There's no other surprises. This De Zavala, this canopy, the parking lot, and then at Miller, we've had a budget meeting last week regarding Miller with Weber, so we don't see any surprises, and that's something that I'm always asking them, what surprises, what are we gonna get hit with? We can tighten those numbers up, give you all a better picture of where we think we're gonna fall. A lot of the stuff that's going on at Miller right now is, like I said earlier, punch list, it's mill work, it's stuff that's already accounted for. Now we just need them to get it, and fix it right, or install it right, make it look right. So a lot of the surprises they're pretty much done, so.
President Cantu.
Ms. Hanson?
I don't know who answers this. From the time we order a bus, how long before it's delivered? 6 months, 8 months?
No, I think, in prior history, it moves very quickly. I'm not sure what their lots look like compared to car lots. I'm not sure what that supply chain looks like, but it is not that type of lead time in our experience. It moves very
Okay.
quick.
Good, because it used to be that.
To clarify the postponement of this item, my intent is to postpone this $5.3 million list of, a dozen items. If the fence at Bowie came back to us next month, that'd be a much more palatable item for me to support at that time, right? If the line item for 12 buses came back next month as a singular item from bond funds, again, much more palatable for me to then vote on at that time. I think just carpet, here is $5.3 million worth of expenses. Please authorize us to go and seek bids on those and seek procurement methods is concerning to me individually just because of the size of the funds allotted. And I'll be quite honest with you, there are items that individually, as a representative of District 1 voters, are not on this list. I mean, time and time again, I come to San Marcos High School before board meetings and I see children out there sitting in direct sunlight. And I understand it's an administrative decision and managerial that we essentially, have the children outside of the school after a certain point in time because of supervision purposes. And so, again, having a conversation, workshopping that issue with the board of what can we do to provide some type of shading for students. And that's one example, right? I could have a lot of very anecdotal, hyper-specific situations that I would like us to have a conversation about using leftover bond funds and needs of the district. I think it's, again, we're replacing HVACs at some places, but then cosmetic fencing at others, right? So a lot's going on in this proposal, and that's why I'm asking that we postpone it tonight and have additional conversation on leftover bond proceeds, whether that's in a workshop setting or whatever that looks like. So, yeah.
One last comment, and then we're ready for the vote.
Yeah, also, before we vote on it, I'd like to both tour Miller and De Zavala, but I'd also like to get an understanding from administration on why the current proposal for the new renovations for Miller completely reverse the former proposal for redoing the Miller gym and programming space back there that the board did not vote for previously, but I thought that the administration recommended that as the best course of action. And so now it seems that the recommendation, according to this piece of paper, is to paint the gym to match Goodnight, which again leads to my concerns about the equity between campuses. So I think there is a bigger conversation to be had here before I can vote on it, so.
Ready for the vote?
Can you repeat the motion?
Yeah.
It's
Please
a
repeat the
motion to
motion.
postpone the list of supplemental items and approval from the board until
Oh, okay.
the Miller, the remaining bond projects are complete.
Until the bond projects are complete. All in favor, please raise your hand.
To postpone, right?
To
Okay,
postpone.
yeah.
4 opposed. 1, 2, 3. The motion passes 4-3. Discussion and possible action on recharging the Citizens Advisory Committee to discuss redistricting the board into 7 single-member districts.
Shall I speak since Dr. Salmi and I brought this agenda item to the board after the agenda prep? We apologize for the lateness in it being put on the agenda, but it only came to my attention after the Bond Advisory Committee met, which was after our agenda prep meeting. But it's my understanding that at that meeting that the 7 people that this board appointed overwhelmingly wanted to discuss the redistricting into 7 districts rather than 7 individual districts rather than 5 individual districts and 2 at-large districts as we currently have. And given that that seemed to be the overwhelming consensus of that committee, I would like to motion tonight that we recharge that committee to examine and bring forward 2 proposals to the board. One with districting lines based on the new census material that would keep in place both our 5-2 and also a proposal for redistricting with the new census information into 7 single-member districts so that we could proceed with the public meeting and the protocols that we need to go through to determine whether or not that's the desire of the community. So that's a long-winded motion, but I guess I can synthesize it to say.
So the motion in front of us says that we would recharge them with redistricting the board into 7 single-member districts. So if you're expanding that, then you still want the redistricting advisory committee to consider the 5-2 single-member district.
I think because of the timing, because we need to have this done prior to the elections that will be listed in January. It's my understanding we have to go through, Mr. Cruz is here, but I understand that we have to have a public hearing, we have to allow citizen comment, we need to allow the public ample time to weigh in,
Change this.
to understand what the options are and why and what the rationales and how the numbers would be developed, et cetera, in the whole process. And we want to be as transparent as possible. We want to engage the community in this process in the most fair and transparent way possible. And so that's why I think we should have both options available to the committee so that they can develop both scenarios. And then we can solicit input from the community can understand, and then the board can make the most fully informed decision possible in the end of December.
I'll second Ms. Halsey's motion.
So the motion is for.
We would add a second charge, essentially.
Okay, so the redistricting
I know you
committee
like
would
to
be
then.
charged with
Okay.
looking at a 5 single-member district with the 2 at large, and/or also looking at the 7 single-member districts.
I think it would be most efficient if they could bring us 2 scenarios so that we can do these processes simultaneously and then make a determination in December which direction after we've solicited this input. I think my colleague, Dr. Salmi, who is my co-author on this item, would like to say something.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Mr. Cruz if the order of that's proposed by Ms. Halsey is an appropriate order for how this be presented to the public.
Sure, yes,
Okay.
it is,
Thank
and I
you.
think it's, if you're gonna, undertake this, we just did it for Clint ISD over in El Paso. They had 7 board members that were at large. We changed them over last year to 7 single-member districts. So we already provided a memo that you should have read already about the process. We are in the process of also giving you a timeline of all the things that you have to kind of check off. And if you're gonna do this, it's gonna be a lot of work, and you have to probably be making some decisions by December. So if the board passes this motion, whoever sits on that redistricting committee needs to kind of probably be told, you're probably gonna be having a little bit more meetings, because 5270 and with the demographer that they have, Rolando Rios, and I think Rolando also needs to be talked to about, we hired you for this work and at this amount of money, now changing the scope, is that gonna be increasing costs or not to the school district? We worked with Templeton Demographics over in El Paso over at Clint ISD. They did a really good job. But at the end of the day, I think, Trustee Halsey's motion is fine. And it's better to do it now than to wait on this. You really don't have, you're already kind of mid-October. So if you're serious about doing this before this May election, it's an ambitious calendar that you're going to be undertaking. Mm-hmm.
Did you have a comment or a question?
I have a question for Mr. Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
The motion here is not exactly worded the way she presented it.
It's okay. It gives the notice to the public what you're going to be discussing, which is basically redistricting and, changing the board possibly into 7 single-member districts. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Hanson, did you?
Consider 2,
Yeah, that's
the 5.
5-2, the present one, and then adding on possibly 7-0.
Okay.
Ms. Hanson, you had a question?
We need to vote on the final proposal, whatever it is for districting, whether 5-2 or 7-0, in December at our meeting, correct?
I believe so, Kathy. I think you should get a calendar no later than tomorrow by my firm, so it'll tell you exactly what you need to vote on and the specific date that you have, okay?
Mr. Rios needs to take it to the GI Forum for approval and then to the judge for approval.
Well, that's going to be our firm that's going to have to work with the GI Forum. The GI, I don't think that that's at all going to be an issue. You have a standing order, based upon a federal lawsuit that you were going to have 5-2. Now, if you're going to go to 7-0, I think that's that's even more agreeable to them.
Right.
And when you change, remember that you all changed from the May to November elections, the judge to approve it pretty fast as well. So that should be of all the things that you're doing, that's going to be the most simple thing in my opinion.
Okay, but it needs to be finished in January so that whoever is filing for the May election can happen in February.
We'll give you that calendar.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You'll get it.
And then also, I'd placed this, a similar motion on the November agenda because of our agreement not to place
You made
things.
the request, but then this one came.
Well, let me finish.
Okay.
Because we had agreed not to place things on the agenda after agenda prep. And mine was just a discussion because I feel like we're being rushed. I would like to see from Mr. Rios or Mr. Cruz the proposed 7-0 before it goes to the committee, just like we did the 5-2, because the 7-0 really impacts my district the most. I mean, it's going to impact every district, but there are 2 other board members that live in my district. And so it's really going to be pieced out to make that happen.
Point of clarity, Kathy, do you think that I live in your district? Because I live in Myra's district.
You live in what?
I'm in Myra's district.
Well, I'd have to go back and look at the map, but that was my understanding.
I live in Myra's district, so I think there's only
Well,
two.
anyway, it's still going to impact all
Sure,
all
I just
seven
wanted
of
to
us.
explain that. I just wanted to be clear.
Thank you. It's going to impact all 7, all districts because you're now changing from 5 to 7.
So is there a way, Mr. Cruz, that it would, if we went to 7-0, that you, as the elections came up, that person would stay in until it was time for the next election? It wouldn't happen like blanket all at once.
That's the way we did it at Clint. Basically, the trustees kind of sat in the saddle, and as we started kind of getting elections and, your term is up, then we phased them out. And remember, we had 7 at-large, then we went to 7 single members. So it was a lot more difficult than what you have. And it just worked out fine. It's just a matter of, at the end of the day, Kathy, yes, you're going to vote on the maps. You can have as many committees as you want, but it's a board decision in terms of, whether you do 5-2, 7-0, and what the maps are going to look like out there.
Well, I don't have a problem with the 7-0, but I would like to see the 7-0 map ahead of time, just like we did the 5-2.
Yeah, those maps, by the way, for the record, don't come out of my office. It's probably going to be Rolando. We're going to have to talk to him to see is that something that can.
Rolando will have it for us.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see it here first.
Okay.
That's,
Mr. Arredondo, you've had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Cantu. I really appreciate all of this dialogue. This conversation that has occurred with 7 single-member districts versus the 5-2 is very interesting to me because the intent of this redistricting committee, the genesis of the conversation was to remove sitting trustees from the process, and that we ourselves are not meddling in who can or cannot or who will vote for us. And so my comment to Mr. Rios, who I think has become the de facto chair of this body, is our attorney, the other Mr. Rios, no relation, made a comment at the first Public Citizens Advisory Committee meeting in which he said his firm endeavors to have like a least amount of change plan, to not disrupt kind of the boundaries and who has voted to elect Trustee Arredondo or Trustee Mejia. There's like a least change scenario, which I think was proposed. Quite frankly, individually, like I personally do not want that a part of the process, right? Like I understand that in some ways we need to provide the voters consistency, but the way that I interpreted the attorney, Mr. Rios' comment was, I think he said verbatim, trustees or elected officials don't like their voters to change. That should not be what moves the committee. If all of the voters who could vote for me or eligible voters change, good on me if I decide to run again. But that should not be a driving force or any type of the decision-making process. Secondly, and this is to President Cantu and Mr. Rios, it's my understanding that members of the redistricting committee have met privately with Mr. Rios, not our Mr. Rios, the attorney Mr. Rios. And I don't think that opportunity had been presented to all of the members of the committee. So I would just echo and share an individual trustee's perspective that I know that my appointee did not know that they could meet individually outside of a called meeting with the attorney. So without getting too far down that bunny trail, I would just like that opportunity to be presented to all of the members of the committee, but I would much rather any interactions with Mr. Rolando Rios, the attorney, not Mr. Edward Rios, the committee member, to happen in a transparent and open process. So,
may I address?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, and just to, thank you. I agree with that. Just to clarify, what what Attorney Rolando Rios presented was a proposal with the least amount of change because he knew we had a short timeline, and he stated that in the meeting, that this is just because this is the least amount of change and it meets the criteria set forth so that overall our district is balanced and comes into compliance. Right now, the way it is today, based on the 2020 census, it is not. So that was a really quick solution. He went through, he did offer, he said we can go through, and he would, this next meeting that we have coming up will be a Zoom meeting where he's going to be able to present the software that develops those types of maps. So he was going to be able to take input from the committee on, moving through some of the streets and be able to show the population makeup and densities so that we still maintain a compliant balance between each of the member districts. So if there is a change in how we approach that, his software does all this stuff. It's just a matter of going through the iterations and, like you said, presenting it to you all before, however you guys want to proceed with that, and then giving it to the committee to evaluate and ask questions and clarify. But that's we were all picked and are here to serve at your pleasure there. So however you guys want us to do that, I speak for everybody on the committee. We'll work that way.
I have one last question, Ms. Cantu.
Yes.
And this is for, I think, Mr. Cruz. If he can answer it, hopefully he can. So I understand that we have a standing order because of the lawsuit that was brought against the CISD in 92, 93. Does that order allow us to, if in agreement with the GI Forum, move our elections permanently to November?
Yeah, you would have to get the agreement though with the plaintiff, because right now it doesn't read like that it's going to be in May. So, but if there would be an objection by the GI Forum, then it would probably have to go get litigated again.
So I know in the original agreement, they preferred seven single-member districts, no at-large, and based on the letter that I have in front of me, that's their request again, right? And they don't speak to a May or November date. I know that there's a preference of some of my colleagues and community members on when our elections are held, but individually, if that's a possibility, I would like the redistricting committee. I know that's expanding their scope, but individually, it's a conversation I would like to have, because at the end of this entire process, the GI Forum has to agree with it or not. And so I just wanted clarification from Mr. Cruz that we could ask the GI Forum to sign off on moving our elections to November permanently.
Yes.
And that individually is something I'm interested in.
You can ask.
So, thank you.
Ms. Cantu, I think.
Yes.
Dr. Salmi, did you have?
I kind of want to get back to the motion on the table and understand what the motion is, and just have Trustee Halsey reiterate it.
So thank you. I wanted to clarify that too. So I just want to make sure to say up front that I want this process to be as transparent, to be conducted with integrity, with openness, with the input of as many people as possible across the community. And I think that it should be done from a place that neither works as its principal interest to include or exclude any sitting board members or any potential board members. I think the priority is and must only be to best represent the people of the district in this democratic enterprise. And that should be the sole purpose and the sole objective of the committee, to do that. Regardless of where any person lives or doesn't live, that is what I expect that the committee will come back to the board with, is the proposal that most fairly protects the democracy that we have a chance to, and an obligation to revise once every decade. So that is my sole interest in this. So in terms of my motion now on the floor, I think if Mr. Cruz thinks it's appropriate, I'd keep the existing motion, the charge to the committee, so that the committee will develop the one proposal already with the existing 5-2. But my motion then would be to charge the committee to also come forward with a proposal for redistricting into 7 individual single-member districts. And I would like them to make a recommendation to us based on their conversations, the input that we solicit from the community at large, that we have under public hearings, and the knowledge that they have, which is why I think we've all appointed them to that committee, to make a recommendation to the board on what their preference is and why for those two scenarios. And I also don't think it's at all appropriate for the board to intervene in that process before the committee does that work. So I don't know if I need to make that part of the motion also, or how. I feel like communication tonight is sort of.
I mean, that's fine. I guess that's not going to be in line with what Kathy wants, but it's, your motion is 5270 and a recommendation as to which method is better, 52 or 70. That's in essence your motion. If somebody has a second and it carries, then it goes forward. If it dies, then you can take up another motion on this same item. Okay. So, but that's basically that's your motion. Bring 5270 with a recommendation as to which one is preferred.
Yes, that's my motion.
Is there a second to that?
I apologize for seconding earlier prematurely, so I'm going to withdraw my second with Ms. Halsey's refined motion.
I second the motion to bring two proposals from the
We have the
panel.
form where she seconded. Are we ready for the vote? All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 6. Opposed? 1. 6-1. And the last item before we go into closed session. Approval of the budget amendments.
Hey, President Cantu, we have one, and it's to fulfill the commitment that the board made to employees who would be vaccinated for a $250 incentive. You can see on page 46 of your board book, that's for $248,842 from the general fund and $19,485 from child nutrition.
Ms. Cantu?
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve the budget amendment as presented by staff.
I second.
I heard 2 seconds.
I'm happy to give it to Dr. Salmi.
Yes,
Mejia?
second.
Who was the second?
Me.
Motion made by Mr. Redondo, seconded by Dr. Salmi, that we approve the budget amendment. As stated. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0 opposed. We're going to go into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code 551.0782, 551.0821, and 551.076. Discussion regarding campus security and safety and security.
Ms. Cantu, can we take another 5-minute break before we officially go into executive session?
Yes, we'll take a break on the way to executive session.
Ms. Cantu, I'd like to propose that we
It's in here.
Miss Dr. Holm is not.
Oh. We're going to,
What time are you saying?
9:57, I'm reconvening. We're going to take a break, which we did coming back over here, and then we're going to go into board operating procedures workshop. Here comes Salmi.
Yes. I don't really have a presentation for today, so I'm not sure how you want to handle this. I do just want to, sorry about that.
Board operating procedure says it has
That
to.
board operating procedure says we have to just keep it going.
Okay, just real quickly though, I do kind of want to get some feedback because on page 1 of your board operating procedures, and this may be a topic for you all that may be of interest to you, on subsection 2, when trustees are requesting that an item be on the agenda, I did spot an inconsistency with your board policy BE local and the board operating procedures, so you kind of have to tell me what you want to do. It says this, it says, board members may request that a subject be included on an agenda for a meeting. That request shall be forwarded to the board president and the superintendent by midnight of the 7th calendar day. That's one inconsistency because your board policy says that you're supposed to submit it 4 calendar days. So what are you doing? Are you doing 4 calendar days prior to your meeting or 7 calendar days prior to the meeting?
Pages?
This is page 1 on subsection number 2 at the very top, where it says board members may request that a subject be included on an agenda for a meeting. It says the request shall be forwarded to the board president and superintendent by midnight of the 7th calendar day, but yet the board policy says the 4th calendar date.
I'd like to propose that we move that to 14 days prior to the, at the agenda prep. So this all started because I'd like to see those agenda items at the agenda prep. And I'd like to, that's part of why we started this, right? I think that we
Yes.
should have all items be presented at agenda prep with the exception of those things that relate to student and staff health and welfare and or things that have particularly pressing timelines. And that's a little hard to write in. I don't exactly know how to say that. But I understand that there will be cases where things come up that must be, action must be taken in a specific timeline outside of that 14 days, right? But
That
as it
would be a
stands-
little difficult to spell out, so I would just recommend that kind of like you did leave that to the discretion of the board chair for those items that may not be part of the 14 days prior to your agenda prep meeting.
Yeah.
If you do want to include something that, you did not make it on time, then you would have to just ask the board chair. It would be her discretion or his discretion, whoever sits at board chair to determine that. And if it doesn't work, you can always be changing this
Yeah, and
particular.
another part of it that I'd like to see is that they be submitted in writing for the agenda prep by noon on the day of that meeting.
I think we just had an example of that right now with the
Yeah, we did.
recharging the redistricting committee.
Yeah, We did, and it's not lost on me that I was part of that, so.
was because of the time.
Understood. Yeah, it's not lost on me that I was part of that as well.
There's some things that are affected by a timeline, and if you don't act on them in a month, then you have to wait a whole month for another board meeting.
Well, you can call special call meetings.
Okay.
Where's the second instance? I see the first one, because I think I understand why this was written this way, but the instance where it talks about the 4 days is on which page?
That was in the board policy on BE local. It's not part of your board operating procedures. So that's why I brought it to your attention, because there's an inconsistency with your board policy
right,
and
so-
the board operating
Because
procedures.
this-
Is it BE local?
BE local.
What about number 3 on the board operating procedures? Isn't that
Mm-hmm.
talking about the same thing?
I think that was the intent, though, because the issue that I think we were trying to address was there was a perception that the board president controlled the agenda, and only what the board president wanted to be on the agenda would be on the agenda. So it was added so that anybody could put something on, and that they had to do so within that time frame. Otherwise, if they didn't do it within that time frame, then it would bump to the next month, unless at least two board members wanted an agenda item on, and then it just had to be on within the 4 days before the meeting.
Yeah.
Because we wanted to allow for board members to bring forward the items that board members wanted on the agenda and felt needed to be there, and that wasn't at the sole discretion of the president and the superintendent.
Well, that's another inconsistency, Ann, because if you read further, it says exactly what you're saying. That same line where it says, midnight of the 7th calendar day before the regular or special
Yeah.
board meeting. Then it says, the board president shall ensure that an agenda item requested by 2 or more board members. And the policy actually says not 2 board members, 1 board member can submit an item on the agenda. So what would you prefer? Would you prefer to leave it as the board operating procedures say, 2 or more board members to get it on the agenda, or just 1 member?
Or more if it was after the deadline. Anybody could do it prior to the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Was what everybody agreed on when we rewrote these whenever and made that policy change,
Okay.
right? Am I saying that correctly? To your recollection? Anybody? Because I thought that was pretty unanimous when we made those changes, but.
Sorry, I had a mouthful of cupcake. So similarly to Trustee Halsey's comments, there's a long history with board operating procedures, and I think something that has organically occurred as of late is one of the members of this board has said, an item was not brought forward during agenda preparation, and it was placed on the agenda, and they felt like they had not been afforded the opportunity to weigh in before it got on the agenda. But based on board policy, you're allowed to do that. Agenda prep occurs 14 days before the meeting. Board policy says there's a 4-day deadline and a 7-day deadline, and depending on the number of trustees who request the item, whether it gets on the agenda or not. That was purely kind of internal conversation in which I think there was like a gentleman's and gentle ladies agreement that we would start floating our agenda items at agenda prep. The policy never changed. It was just as a common courtesy, I think we all agreed we're going to try to operate and bring these items forward at agenda preparation, and after that, the agenda was kind of set in stone, but there was nothing preventing trustees or President Cantu or whatever board president to put an item on the agenda. For me, individually, requiring that agenda items only be presented at agenda preparation and having a policy that explicitly stated that I can't support. I think there were a couple of measures, right, if we get like a seconding trustee, and obviously there's been some communication, it's timely. So I want there to be some type of compromise. I think we can tighten up the policies and procedures, but to say every month the agenda is going to be set in stone 14 days at agenda prep, then that should be when Georgianne posts it, right? And I know people would probably be pretty scared if we said we're posting a called meeting 14 days in advance. But essentially, that's what the policy change
would be, is that we have agenda preparation the first of the month. After that, Georgianne should be typing up the agenda to post 14 days in advance, because the policy is essentially committing to that. And I don't think anyone in this room would feel comfortable with Georgianne posting a meeting 14 days before it actually occurs and it being set in stone like that. So, I mean, if that's what a majority of this board wants, then great, good, let's move forward with it. But I don't think that's the case. Otherwise, Georgianne wouldn't still be posting this 3 days before the meeting is occurring, so.
Mr. Cantu?
Yes.
There have also been, it's kind of rare, but it's happened almost every year where we have agenda prep only 7 days before the board meeting because of,
On a short month?
yeah, or like, yeah,
Holidays.
December or,
Holidays, yeah.
I understand,
So-
and there could be exceptions, but I actually have no problem with the agenda being set 14 days in advance of the meeting, because I think that the matters that we're talking about require significant consideration and research time for the board, and I don't feel like I'm getting sufficient time for that. So part of my proposal is also to request that the board book be provided a week in advance, so that trustees have adequate time to prepare and research any topics that are on the agenda. So yeah, I think that we should be presenting things at the agenda prep. That doesn't mean they can't come the next month, right? If something comes up mid-cycle, then it just goes to the next month. And I don't see any reason, if it's not related to student welfare, student and staff welfare, and the occasional, Mr. Cruz had a good name for it, special items, why many of the items that we bring mid-month couldn't be postponed till the next month, right? So I absolutely think we should be able to create our agenda well in advance of the meeting, and if it's not on that agenda, move it to the next month, so that we can stop reacting and start being proactive.
So essentially, it would be basically, so let's say you have your agenda prep on October 14th, then 7 days prior to October 14th, you would have to have the staff give you the information so that you all would be ready for that agenda prep meeting?
No, so agenda prep would be where we establish the agenda.
Okay.
A week later, the board book would be made available with all the data.
I see.
It appears to me that most of the data that the staff provide to us recur each month, the financial data and those things. Many of those things are not new each month. They come up, and I'm sure they're being prepared well ahead of time. So I don't see any major drawback for that.
Ms. Cantu?
Yes, Ms. Hanson?
I don't mind trying this out for a couple of months to see how it affects staff and how many additional things we receive afterwards because of changes or not, information's not ready in time. Because I don't want to overburden staff to, you know, I know they were working like crazy just to get the numbers to us today about the number of people that were vaccinated, you know, because things were still coming in. So I'd like to, if we're going to look at that, changing it to a week in advance, try it out for a couple of months and see the effect.
I just don't want to have a pile of papers given to me at on the dais the day of the meeting.
Exactly. That's
Because
what
it didn't make the board book.
Right, that's because I don't have time to
And
preview it.
And if, administration can assure us that everything is in there and we're not going to get, because we've had times when I first got on the board that we would get all kinds of information and then we had to vote on it. And you do need time to read it.
Absolutely.
Because I'm retired, I don't need a week. I can spend my whole day working on it on Friday.
Right, I
or
can't.
Thursday, whenever we get it.
Yeah, but you do have something for that, Clem, already, because it does say in your board member preparation for the board meetings on page 3, it specifically says on number 5, that by consensus of the board, an item may be tabled from the agenda if sufficient information is not provided to the board in a timely manner. So you always have the option that if you think that, you know what, you're getting information late and you just table it and for another thing. And I do want to say that your board policy does also have another inconsistency, which I want to go back to that same point. If you read that agenda item or number 2 where we were, it also says the president shall ensure that an agenda item requested by 2 or more members submitted at least 7 days prior to the date of the board meeting shall be placed on that board meeting's agenda. And any agenda item requested by one board member that is not placed on the agenda at the board meeting following the request shall be placed on the agenda of the following meeting. I remember having that discussion with the board, and we were very particular because I brought up that at other school districts, there was a little frustration by maybe minority board members, or even sometimes majority board members that submit something and then it doesn't get posted. And the way the board policy is written, which I want to now address the inconsistency that you have, BE Local says that the board president can include the requested agenda item at an appropriate time in the future. So if you look at most of your board policies published by TASB, it has that an appropriate time in the future. San Marcos and the board procedure that you have, and I think I just want to make sure that we're going to change the board policy to reflect what your procedure is, that if Clem does not put it on the October agenda, then she has to put it on the November agenda, the latest, right? That's what you wanted. I remember having that conversation.
I want to make sure that I agree with Trustee Hansen's point about staffing. You know, we have already increased the number of staffing hours that staff is required to be here in the evenings by having our agenda prep, which started out as an optional meeting, which is obviously now no longer optional. But we've now put that, you know, and that meeting often exceeds the 1 hour time limit that we also placed on it when we first started it. So I want to make sure that we are mindful of the additional staffing requests that we've made. And I want to, if we're going to make these changes, I would like to monitor over the next couple of months staffing hours, and both overtime and or reciprocal hours. So I'm losing the word I'm thinking about. Comp time. Yes, comp time. Because I think that should, you know, we need to think about the repercussions. But also, I think the last time that we revised these board operating procedures, Mr. Cruz, you did the draft for us. You went through and you redlined a bunch of things and sent us a change, and then we discussed the changes and we accepted some and we didn't accept others. I think at this point, rather than all of us sitting here and trying to go through, like, and line edit and copy edit this, it would be most efficient if you would do the same thing.
Sure.
Look at it holistically. I think we can discuss here, like, if we want to make that change to when we submit materials, and we can vote on it or agree to it, or you could make a draft of that, then bring it back, and then we review that. We have one more meeting where we look at the changes, and then we accept it or not. But I think sitting here for any longer tonight, like going over copy edits, is not going to be very effective.
I actually didn't have anything other than this particular item, and the only other thing that I think you all need to update is your public comment, because it's based on old law, which we now have new law that we need to address, that basically says that if you have 50 people that want a public comment, you have to allow under the new law, as you know, that you have to allow all 50 people to come up, and right now we have something, so I'll make.
We can change the time limit on that, right?
Yes.
Because I just saw somebody else did it, and they only allowed them 1 minute when they had 50 people show up.
Board president's discretion, so I'll
Okay.
change
So if you can
those
update
two
us on that.
things, and then send it to you in red line version, and that's pretty much it.
So
Miguel?
let's just make sure we understand what that second change is, though.
I want to say that we do not have anything written on here on agenda prep.
I know.
We've been talking about agenda prep, but when we started back 5 years ago, we started having an agenda prep at noon, which was just to review the agenda.
Y'all created that committee.
But we don't have anything written up.
Both are
We
my
need to
daughters.
add, before we start talking about agendas, well, when we can talk about the agendas and then say that we have an agenda prep meeting.
Yes, we don't have agenda prep anywhere in your BE local policy, or which we will add, and then these board operating procedures as well. And I think one of the things that I'll come up or send you is option number 1, basically what Dr. Salmi's proposing, and then option number 2, which is basically kind of a mirrored version of what you have in your BE local policy, and see what ones you have. At the end of the day, folks, you know that this is not law. This is just local policy. So, you know, you can take it, or some school districts don't even have board operating procedures. They just go by board policy. Okay, but I do think that, you know, having board operating procedures can get you a little bit more organized.
Is there a way to add the board policy to be like the appendix of this, or something?
I wouldn't want to do that. I think because that would be that's why you have it on your, on the TASB website and stuff, yeah.
I want to say I appreciate Ms. Hanson's suggestion that we try this out and as a sort of a collaborative effort. I really appreciate that, and I think it's a great compromise. And I appreciate everyone allowing me to suggest these changes as the newbie on the board. The last thing that I would really love to see is motions that are intended to be voted on be provided in writing to the board prior to the vote. And so that's this
how much
2 reads.
prior?
So, and that gets tricky, right? But I think that if a trustee has the intent to bring a motion, if they can provide that to the rest of the school board members at the time of the agenda prep item, right? When you're placing an agenda prep item, if you're.
Agenda prep meeting.
Yeah, for the agenda prep meeting, if that is your intention, to provide that in writing to your fellow board members would be appreciated.
What's the
I don't know
second
how to
read
do that.
then?
Pardon?
The first read is the agenda prep and the second read is the meeting?
Yeah, I think so. And I don't exactly know how to do this, but.
Wouldn't that be telling everybody how I'm going to vote? ahead of-
No, it'd
Because
just be
it's just
providing-
the motion, and
Yeah.
either you can reflect on it and say, I'm not gonna vote for this, but she's gonna motion for us to build a new stadium, why, that's not
But
something.
what if we all 7 want to move the same thing? I mean,
Yeah, but so long as you don't discuss it beforehand, as a group, you're gonna be okay with it, but so long as you provide it, but honestly, Dr. Salmi, I've never seen that happen anywhere.
Okay.
And I think that would probably, you should just stick to the agenda item
Okay.
in question as to what you have, so long as you have the agenda item, you've given notice, people like we did today, redistricting, you stick with that, the redistricting theme, you'd be okay under the Open Meetings Act.
I mean, I
Okay,
think we
I
have
appreciate that.
we have something in here that asks that provisional material be made, that related and relevant information will be included with the backup materials, right? And so I think that if we are better about doing that, about maintaining that and providing those materials, then at least we'll try to prevent ending up in situations where we really don't know what's going on, right? So,
Yeah.
which I think is
That's the
what
goal.
you're trying to
That's the goal, yeah,
trying
absolutely.
to achieve. But can you restate, just before we leave,
Sure.
what changes Mr. Cruz is going to draft so that we're all on the same page?
So my proposal is that the agenda, that items that are to be placed on the agenda for the monthly meeting be brought in writing by noon of the day of the agenda prep meeting. So be provided in writing, noon of the agenda prep meeting,
to whom?
and that the board book be provided to trustees 1 week prior to the meeting.
And there's an exception for,
Exception for student and staff welfare or special items that have specific
Or
timing.
emergency budgetary
with the
issues
two,
or items.
That's like a catch-all for everything.
Yeah.
but with two
My
trustees?
COVID stipend
Sure.
arguably could have been a timely student health issue or.
I think it absolutely is a student
timely
health
Okay, so
budgetary.
you're
but I
saying
mean,
none? No exceptions?
I mean, I think opening it up to a caveat of things leaves the caveat of things open to interpretation, right?
But you
Like,
have to have two supporting.
With 2 supporting,
you
yeah.
do or you don't? You do. So
yes.
that policy still exists. And it's
I
the
would say
7
that.
days or the 4 days?
I think
So
7
I
days.
guess like that's what I'm
I think
curious
2 members at
about
4 days,
for-
like we've been
He's telling
doing.
us we need to reconcile it, because right now we've got 4 and then we've got 7.
Right, but I think we've been operating under the one that says 4 days, and I think that that's been working with the intent that we're pretty well toward the intent that we were trying to correct to begin with. So I would prefer that we back it up to the agenda prep, noon on the agenda prep day, the board book a week in advance, and that if there are items to be added to the agenda after that point, that they have to be on student and staff welfare and safety, and you have to have 2 trustees supporting it.
So,
I mean, that seems like a fair compromise.
so I have like a separate item, but hopefully we don't go too far down.
Okay.
So I've seen boards, presidents, not our president, thank the Lord, decide public commenters when there's 150 people that everyone gets a minute. And that's like an audible call right then and there. Board president has the authority.
I don't know if that's allowed under law. If it is, I don't know why that's a thing. Individually, I don't think it should be the board president's prerogative to change that, regardless of who it is, right? As the recipient of some very colorful public commenters over the past 6 years, 3 minutes is 3 minutes is 3 minutes, whether they're saying I'm awesome, whether they're saying the superintendent's awesome, or the complete opposite of that. I don't think it should be any of our discretion to change that. I know it's cooked into the books now, but individually, I would like to see it remain 3 minutes, regardless of the issue, regardless of the topic, regardless of how many speakers there are.
I've seen it done in two ways, where it's either the board president's call, and I remember, Miguel, that we had a board meeting, and I think you do too, where Clem had to go off the dais because we had all these people for the SHAC, and she had to kind of like, and I think she did a good job of saying, okay, who's gonna speak, and so on and so forth, because we had like 50 people, right? So we kind of have it that way where the board president, but I've also seen some board members that the only way that the minutes get reduced is by a motion, a second, by the board at that particular meeting. So I'll provide you both options and you all go with that the board president decide. Like at this meeting, we have 50 people. We just want 1 minute or 30 seconds per board member or per public person that wants to public comment, or you can only cut the time by action of the board.
Yeah. And just to clarify, like I have seen President Cantu act above reproach in all of those instances, but one of our neighboring jurisdictions, that board president essentially said like a minute apiece, I don't care, and that kind of went off the rails, right? So future presidencies, future school boards, they can change it, but at least here now, God forbid something happen to any of us, I don't want to see that change.
But I thought the new law gave that if you had a lot of speakers, you could limit them to one.
I mean, the law basically does not say how many minutes you give anybody, so that's totally up to your discretion, the board's discretion, I should say, on public comment, whether, like right now you have 3 minutes, and if you want to reduce time, you all can. And I guess Miguel is saying, is it going to be the board president's call to reduce it to 1 minute or 30 seconds per person, or is it going to be the board that's going to decide that? So I'll give you both options, and you all decide which you want to go with.
One we want to go with.
That's all we have tonight.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your
Thank
time.
you for waiting all these hours.
No, I was pretty busy today. I didn't anticipate all the stuff. Oh. Oh. I I moved that we adjourn, Ms. Cantu. I move that we adjourn.
I heard a motion from Ms. Hanson and a second from Ms. Raponda. All in favor to adjourn, raise your hand.
Who was the second?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh,
Thank you.
I didn't hear.